CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1. CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1. CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1. CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254 933 CRS1. CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254 933 CRS1.
And we've got factory stocks. We're going to send the cars around the track a few times just to get used to the track. This is not racing. This is just letting the competitors have an opportunity to get used to the track and maybe make some changes before their heat races start a little bit later tonight. I'll try to announce a few names as they pass by. As I notice the names on the car, I'll try to announce who they are. And we'll get started with our opening ceremonies here in just a few minutes after we conclude with hot laps. I don't like it's making that sound. Yeah. Maybe it is.
That's why I was trying to play.
I thought I paused it. Haha. All right, looks like first up, we've got some factory stocks. Factory stock hot laps. Let me see if I can get some names for you. Looks like we have 29 entries in the factory stock class, and that's in the regular factory stock class. And then we have another 12 entries in our B factory stocks. So quite a few factory stocks here tonight. That class is blown up. Big class of factory stocks. Looks like in the yellow 22 is Ronnie Sparks. In the black and purple 99, that is either Dylan Gaither or Alan Alexander. We'll see if we can tell if there's a D on the end of that. 99D is going to be Dylan Gaither. Looks like we got the 34H. That's Hunter Peterson out of La Crosse, Texas, in the white and red 34H. The 741, the Golden Boy from down south, that's Cameron Starry. Looks like we got the 8C. 8C Cameron Dinsmore from Kerrville out there in the blue and white 8C. We got the 747, the green and gray 747 of G.W. Hessong. Always a tough competitor here at I-37. Keep an eye on that car tonight. Looks like the 92 is Brian Harbison out of New Braunfels, Texas. 92 has a new driver tonight. Brian Harbison will be competing in our B factory stocks. Also looks like we had the 20R of Ricky Long out there, just making the exit off to the pits, the 20R of Ricky Long. Let's see who's next. I got the 999 coming out first. 999, Stephen Doty out of Corpus Christi, joining us in that 999 machine. Thanks for Stephen Doty making it out. We've got the other 99, Alan Alexander in the blue and orange 99. I see the orange 29. That looks to be Jose Lopez Jr. from Victoria, and that orange 29 out there. The 25, the red number 25R, that's Nathan Rauchi from Corpus Christi, making the trip up. I've got the green number 95. See if I can get a check on that name. Green number 95. Charles Obel. Charles Obel from San Antonio right there in the green number 95. We got the 18R, Chris Vincent out of Corpus Christi. We got the 4D. That's going to be one of the Hurleys. 4D, Dustin Hurley. In that beautiful red and gold 4D machine coming out of turn 4. We have the black and green number 30. Black and green number 30. That is Memphis Villarreal from Corpus Christi. We've got the 23K. Casey Kraus, 23K from Seguin, Texas. In that blue and black number 23 right there in turn number 2. Once again, these are just hot laps. Just some practice laps for our competitors. Looks like we got the number 95, one of our B Factory stock competitors, stuck on a tire out there in turn 2. We'll see if we can get him refired and headed in the right direction. Looks like we got the black and green 13 from McAllen, Texas. That's Johnny Johnson. And the 48 of Mike Land coming down from Waco, Texas, making the trip from up north. That beautiful orange and white and black number 48. We have the number 55. The 55 machine looks like George Clark from Converse, Texas, in the black and red 55. In the number 56, orange and white and blue and black, number 56, that's Brian Schneider from San Antonio, competing in our B Factory stock class. Looks like we have the number 40. That's going to be Dakota Hurley, brother to Dustin Hurley. Always tough competitors out here, the brothers Hurley. Keep an eye on those two. In the number 38, the black and blue and orange 38 coming out of turn 2, that is Joshua Sewell. Joshua Sewell, your points champion from last year at I-37 Speedway, finally making his way out in the 2021 season. Keep an eye on that number 38. Joshua Sewell, once again, from down south, making his way up. He was our points champion from last year. The number 10 of Scott Jerkins from Lavernia, Texas, going down the backstretch, headed into turn 3. We also have the 75 of Jerry Miller. Looks like the 75 of Jerry Miller from Von Ormy, Texas, competing in the B Factory stocks. And I believe that is all the cars on the track at the moment. Well, we tried to race last night, folks, but Mother Nature had different plans. We were out here about to start heat racing, and then the skies opened up and it just started pouring down. We finally decided to have to call it. But luckily, it did not rain enough to wash out the track, so we have a beautiful racetrack for tonight. In fact, despite all the rain that we had last night, we actually had to put water on the track today. Looks like a good group of late models heading out to the track. Once again, an awesome group of late models joining us here tonight. We've got late models from all over the state of Texas, some coming down from far as Dallas and Houston. Excellent group of late models. Let me see if I can get you some names. We've got 18, count them, 18 late models tonight scheduled for tonight's main events. Cody Hardage in the number 12, going for a little ride there in turns 3 and 4. The 99, okay. The 99 of Franco Krulik possibly has a fuel cap missing. Can't tell for sure, but we'll definitely want to double check the fuel lid on the 99 of Franco Krulik, the blue number 99 there. If we can get a message up to race control to have Frank double check the fuel cap on that machine. Definitely a big safety issue there. Want to make sure that Frank checks the fuel cap. Another group of late models coming out, led by the number 32 of Bo Begnaud. I see the 29 of Jamie Campbell, the 1X of Andrew Hessler, and the 88 of Bobby Jack from Sandia, Texas, making the trip up. Once again, 18 and possibly more late models. Going to be an excellent late model feature later on tonight.
Hi, how are you?
Hey there. Also in this group of late models will be the 89C of Stephen Whitaker Jr. You see that black and orange 89C late model right there down in the center of the track in the infield. He took that car to Bristol, Tennessee about a month or so ago and ended up fourth. He ended up in fourth place down there at Bristol, running dirt at the Bristol, Tennessee bullring track up there in the crate late model class, the 604 late model class. So Stephen Whitaker Jr. representing South Texas well, bringing it home in fourth with that number 89C late model that you see right there in the infield. Also looks like we have the number 4 of Bo Day from Greenville, Texas. That beautiful black and purple machine, the number 4 of Bo Day. Coming all the way out from Greenville, Texas, making the trip for us tonight. Loving that black and purple number 4 machine. Looks like a bunch of modifieds left there in the infield. We'll see if that's going to be the limited modifieds, or if they're going to send the IMCA big modifieds. We got one coming down the chute. Looks like mini sprints. Mini sprints coming down the chute. We're going to give them a chance to get used to the track here. This is our first look at the mini sprints, the POWRi Mini Sprint Series. First time here at I-37 for the 2021 season. I'll see if I can bring up the competitors here, get you some names. Looks like just about 11 competitors here. I'll just run down the list. Jude Allgaier from El Campo, Texas in the 4 mini sprint. Connor Chamberlain from Pasadena, Texas in the 55C. Kinsley Cook in the 29K from New Caney, Texas. Deegan Leltz in the 9D from San Antonio. Brandon Lucas in the 61 from Alvin, Texas. Dalton Moust in the 84 machine from Alvin, Texas. Tatum Muller in the 39M from San Antonio. Anthony Ray in the 71 machine from League City, Texas. Haley Taylor in the 77T from San Antonio. Trevor Twardesky in the 27T from Huntsville, Texas. and Dalton Wayne in the 21 coming from Hutto, Texas. Once again, your first look at the limited winged mini sprints. Or rather, these are restricted wing micro sprints. Good little group of cars as they scream around this track. Sounds like a bunch of angry hornets running around this track, but even though they may not sound like much, there's a good chance that these will be the fastest cars on the track tonight. We'll take a look at their lap times a little bit later. Next up, it looks like we have the non-wing micro sprints. 600cc non-wing micros. Looks like we got about 10 entries so far, so I'll go ahead and go down the list of names here. We have the 11A of Jayton Brown from Richmond, Texas, the 17G of Isaiah Garcia from San Antonio, the 72 of Alex Karpowitz from Spring Branch, Texas, the number 10 of Patrick Lundy from Alvin, Texas, Caden Mitchell in the 12E from Rockwall, Texas, Blake Moeller in the 88 from Garden Ridge, Brandon Schumatz in the 20 machine from San Antonio. Then we got Rayleigh Shepard in the 93 coming all the way from Houston, Texas. We've got Haley Taylor in the 77T, Haley Taylor from San Antonio. And in the 15P, we've got Andrew Van Blarkum from Sandia, Texas. Look at how fast these little mini cars get around this track, folks. These guys have got the smallest motors, excepting the go-karts, the smallest motors, but they're getting around this track faster than a lot of these big cars. Going to be a good feature to watch later tonight. Next up, looks like we've got the IMCA Modifieds. IMCA Modifieds taken to the track for some hot laps. Let's take a look. I see the 89C of Stephen Whitaker Jr. I see the 44X. That is Brandon Welker from Stockdale. I see the 56. The 56 of Gilbert Amesquita from San Antonio. Gilbert Amesquita. The 117 of Cody Tidwell. The 48R of Raymond McSpadden. The 86. The 86 of Dylan Tyndall right there going into turn one. We've got the 77 of Robert Lease Jr. from Schertz, Texas. And the 53X of Chandler Fox. Looks like we got the number 8 of Logan Densmore down there in the infield between turns 3 and 4. Densmore there with his fire suit off. Not sure what the trouble is for that 8 machine. Drive shaft, I'm hearing. Drive shaft fell out of the car. Can't tell for sure, but we'll get a push for that 8 machine. Hopefully he can get that sorted out for the heat races later. Looks like we got the 779 of Cody Beto. Limited modifieds taken to the track now. 20 entries here tonight. 779 of Cody Beto. That's the black, blue, and white. And then we have the 79 of Marcus Mekelchek. The blue, white, and red number 79. Marcus Mekelchek, always a tough competitor here. Next after that will be the 26 of J.J. Jennings from Corpus. The 91 of Craig Oakes from Marshall, Texas. But I believe they're hailing from Cuero. The 21 of Nathan Oakes, Craig Oakes' brother. That's the red and white 21. So the Oakes brothers there in the 21 and the 91. Then we've got the 5R. 5R of Ryan Doyon from Lacoste. We've got the 95S. 95 of Sterling Tausch from San Antonio. And it looks like the number 7 of Lupe Gomez from Phoenix, Arizona. Am I reading that right? Lupe Gomez from Phoenix, Arizona in the number 7. Welcome, Lupe. Thanks for making the drive. Looks like we're going to give them a little bit of time. Oh, maybe not. Can't tell for sure, but it looks like and sounds like the 5R of Doyon having some motor trouble there. He got slowed up going into turn 1 the last lap, and I'm hearing a little backfire from that 5R machine. Hopefully they can get that figured out. Next up, some more limited modifieds. Look like the 7K of Kevin Parker from Canyon Lake. The 24R of Talon Mitten from Seguin. The 000 of Kyle Carter. I believe he comes from the Houston, Victoria area. The 96 of Jared Maupin. Multi-time winner, Jared Maupin here in that number 96 limited modified. Keep an eye on that beautiful red and gold and black number 96 machine. And it looks like the 15 of Chase Lavin from Corpus Christi. Chase Lavin in the 15 machine. And the 22M, that's Anthony Gordon from San Antonio in that beautiful maroon and orange 22M machine. We've got the age 14, Heath Stewart. In the blue and black and white, number 14, Heath Stewart. And the BD2, Daniel Preston in the BD2 going down the backstretch. And it looks like we have the 17 of Casey Lowe coming right down here to the front stretch. The number 17 of Casey Lowe. Oh, the 000 of Carter gets a little crossed up in turn 4. Luckily, the 96 of Jared Maupin quick with the reflexes to get on the binders and get that car slowed up before we had a bit of a fender bender there in turn 4. Good reflexes from the 96 of Maupin to get slowed up before they got into some big trouble there in turn 4. Once again, the 000 of Kyle Carter, first time out to the track for this 2021 season, so he'll need to do some fine-tuning and adjustment on that car to get it set up right. Once again, 89C, Stephen Whitaker Jr. That late model was taken to Bristol, Tennessee, and ran at the Bristol track as a dirt track, and he took home 4th place in that very car. Stephen Whitaker Jr. all over the loud pedal with that 89 machine. Getting onto the rev limiter. Keep an eye on that 89C machine tonight. Going to be one fast competitor. Looks like he's got that car set back up for this I-37 track, and it is fast. All right, that looks like the 9T machine of John Thomas from Schertz, Texas. In one of your tuners, getting some practice laps, just the same as any other class. Once again, the track looking like it is in excellent shape after the rain last night. If you didn't hear us earlier, we did actually have to put some water on the track despite all the rain. Who would have thunk it? Oh, the 9T getting a little crossed up there in turn 3 and 4. All right, I think there was one more late model back there. I'm not sure if he got practiced or not. We'll see if he takes to the track. I believe that was the 5 of Doyon. Yep, that's the 5R of Ryan Doyon. And here comes one of your mini sprint competitors. Well, let's see what happens here. Looks like the number 10 of Patrick Lundy, bringing one of those nice little mini sprints right down here for you to look at. Let's watch how he gets out of that machine. Up on top of the roof and over the roll cage bars comes Patrick Lundy from Alvin, Texas. Folks, if you would, give a round of applause for Alvin. Alvin is volunteering tonight to come in and sing our national anthem for our opening ceremonies. Patrick, a Patriot, here is the mic for you, sir. Once again, thank you for volunteering to honor our country today.
Y'all, please rise, remove your hats. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? I've never messed it up before. That's all right.
Once again, thanks Patrick Lundy for honoring our country. The beautiful red, white, and blue out there in the infield. If you would remain standing. Just a little slow on that remain standing. Sorry about that, but let's have our a prayer, our opening prayer, and let's just thank God for everything that He is. God in heaven, we praise Your name. We thank You so much for bringing us here safely, and we thank You for allowing us to just come here and enjoy this sport of competition. We ask that You keep all of our competitors safe. We ask that You keep our track officials safe, and everybody that is in participation tonight, just watch over us, allow us to make good and wise decisions so that we can return home safely once again tonight. In Your name we pray, amen. All right, now you can be seated. Thank you for your patience. Getting started just a few minutes late tonight. Wanted to make sure that our go-kart competitors got a chance to get out there and get onto the track for their heat races earlier. So we're going to get started with heat racing action. Once again, my name is Chris. I'm right down here in the middle, and I'll be talking to you on the mic all night tonight. trying to keep you pointed in the right direction as to what's going on the track and what's going to happen next. All right, looks like first up, factory stocks, first up. Factory stock heat race number 1. Starting on the pole, the 34H of Hunter Peterson. Outside of him will be the 36 of George Quintanilla from Adkins. Second row, Dylan Gaither in the 99D and the 21R of Eric Ramos. Third row will be Scott Jerkins from Lavernia in the 10 and William Saunders from Von Ormy in the 98. Fourth row will be Jose Lopez Jr. from Victoria in the 29 machine and George Egbert from Salado, Texas in the 717. 8 cars, 8 laps the distance for your first heat race. Our flag man for the night holding the green flag in his hands. He's looking these racers over. The 34H of Hunter Peterson will get to decide when to go. Somewhere down there between turns 3 and 4. All eyes on Hunter Peterson right now. Flag man looks him over. And sets him loose. Let's go racing in Pleasanton, Texas. Already jumping out to the early lead, the 21R of Eric Ramos. 21, oh, looks like the 36 of Quintanilla gets crossed up. He will get it righted and rejoin the pack, but now he's in the back. Now the 717 in that fastback Monte Carlo, the 717 of Egbert, all the way up from the rear of the field. Now in second place, hunting down the back bumper of 21 of Ramos. The 99D of Dylan Gaither now in third, maintaining his third position, trying to track down the 717 of Egbert. Oh, 34H goes around in turn 3 and 4. 34H sitting at the bottom of the track there in turns 3 and 4. We stay green so far. 34H looks like he's going in the right direction. Halfway for your leader right now, the 21R of Ramos. Oh, the 34H goes around again right in front of your leader of Ramos. Definitely not what your leader wanted to see, but he goes high and maintains his position for now. Now the top 3 get real close. The 99 of Gaither all over the back bumper of the 717. He looks low. But they stay 1, 2, 3 going into turn 3 and 4. The 21 of Ramos, the 717 of Egbert, and the 99 of Gaither. Now it looks like the 98 of William Saunders and the orange, number 29, Jose Lopez Jr., fighting for the 4th spot. Oh, 98 of Saunders goes a little high. Checkered flag goes to the orange, number 29 of Jose Lopez Jr., taking that 4th position. So once again, the 21 of Ramos, 717 of Egbert, and the 99 of Gaither taking the top 3. And I believe the 29 will be Jose Lopez Jr. I think we're taking the top 4 and putting them into the main. Everybody else will go to a B main. We'll have to double check that to see how many cars we're taking. Heat race number 2, 7 competitors, 8 laps. We've got the 40 of Dakota Hurley on the pole. Outside of him, the 20R of Ricky Long. Inside row 2, the 93 of Aaron Letty. Outside of him will be the 25R of Nathan Rauchi. Inside row 3 will be the 30 of Memphis Villarreal. And outside of him will be the 999 of Stephen Doty. And bringing up the rear will be the 8C of Cameron Dinsmore. Any one of these cars could jump up to the front at any time. Hard to say, but keep an eye on the 30 machine. The 30 machine of Villarreal, always a tough competitor here. Also the 93 of Letty had a good showing the last time out. Yeah, 25R, Rauchi. Yeah. That's weird. And they're off. Green flag in the air. The 40 of Hurley leads him down into turn 1 with the 20 of Ricky Long all over his back bumper. Oh, looks like we got a little scuffle in turn 2. The 99 of Doty and the 93 of Letty pulling off the track. A little bump right there in turn 2 takes out 2 competitors. Looks like the 93 of Letty backing up onto the track. We'll see if we get a yellow flag here. The 40 of Hurley right now maintaining the top position with the 20R of Ricky Long in second. And the 25 of Rauchi in third. Looks like a little damage to the right side rear fender of the 25 of Rauchi. He may have been involved in that scuff up in turn 2 earlier in this race. Now the 30 of Villarreal moves alongside the 25 of Rauchi. Give it to Rauchi at the flag stand, but the 30 of Villarreal working all along the bottom of this track, doing all he can to take away that third position away from the 25 of Rauchi. Oh, the 30 all over the back bumper now. The 25 machine, keep an eye on that third spot. Rauchi and Villarreal, good fight right there for third spot. They're neck and neck going down the backstretch into turn 3. Oh, the 40 of Hurley gets a little crossed up coming out of turn 4, but he maintains the lead. And now Smoke coming out from the 8C machine of Dinsmore. Dinsmore caught up to the back bumper of the 25 of Rauchi as they go down to the backstretch. We'll keep an eye on that 8 machine, see if there's any more smoke. Oh, they get together in turn 3 and 4, the 30 of Villarreal and the 20 of Rauchi. Now they're in the go-kart track. I'm not sure if we're going to get a yellow flag on that, but it looks like there were some tempers flaring coming into turn 3 and 4. Action all over the track. Once again, we got the 40 of Hurley in the lead. The 25 of Rauchi in second going down the backstretch. Black flag being shown for the 30 machine of Villarreal. Checkered flag in the air for Hurley. Checkered flag in the air for the 25 of Rauchi. The 93 of Letty, but I think he's a lap down. So that puts third position going to the 8C of Dinsmore, with smoke coming out from that machine. I see the 20R Ricky Long there in the infield, visibly upset from that scuffle in turn 3 and 4 with the 30 machine of Villarreal. They definitely got together in turns 3 and 4. Ooh, the chute's a little dusty tonight, folks. The chute is dusty. Usually the wind is blowing in the other direction, but tonight, because of all the crazy weather, it's blowing right in our faces. Looks like the 20R of Ricky Long throwing a cone there out from underneath his car and onto the go-kart track. Also throwing a piece of metal. Not sure what that was, but now there's a piece of metal in the go-kart track. Looks like that piece of metal might have come off of a car. Not sure, but now there's a piece of metal in the infield. And the 20R has a flat left front tire. He'll take it down to the pits. Definitely a tough break for the 20R. Understandably upset. Hopefully he can get that thing sorted out and back on the track for our heat races. Green flag in the air for the 741. That's Cameron Starry starting on the pole, and outside of him, the 99 of Alan Alexander. 747 of Hessong goes 3 wide and ducks underneath the 741 of Starry and takes the lead. We've got the 56 of Kenny Hurley and the 48 of Mike Land and the 38 of Josh Sewell. So Cameron Starry drops back to third. The 99 of Alan Alexander moves up to second. And GW Hessong now your leader. The 38 of Josh Sewell working underneath the 56 of Kenny Hurley, trying to take over that 4th position. And he does. Josh Sewell now goes to work on the back bumper of the 741, sets his sights coming out of turn 2. Going down the backstretch, we'll see if Josh Sewell has enough left in this heat race to catch up to the back. But now the 741 of Starry goes underneath the 99 of Alan Alexander. Give it to Alexander at the flag stand, but the 741 of Starry trying to get position on the 99 of Alexander. Now the 38 of Josh Sewell trying to insert himself into the mix.
Okay. A single key?
Just one key. Flagman showing him 2 more laps to go. Once again, GW Hessong, your leader, and putting distance on the rest of this pack. But the 99, the 741, and the 38 all going down the backstretch. It's anybody's game right now. The 741 of Starry works to the back bumper. One lap to go. The 38 of Josh Sewell pushes the 741 of Starry up to the top of the racetrack. They're neck and neck going down the backstretch into turn 3 and 4. Oh, a little contact made between the 38 and the 741. Coming to the checkered flag. Give it to the 741 of Starry. 741 of Starry holds on to 3rd position, and 4th goes to the 38 of Josh Sewell. Once again, I'm not 100% sure, but I think we're taking 3 or 4 into the main race, and everybody else will go into the B main. Hopefully I can get confirmation on that. It's either 3 or 4, most likely. All right. We are taking 3. That means that Josh Sewell will have to run the B main. Only taking 3 competitors into the A main. Everybody else will have to run the alphabet soup to get into the feature race tonight. Starting on the pole, the 44K of Michael Keelick. Usually running the 49K, but tonight he's in the 44K. Outside of him, the 23K of Casey Kraus. Inside row 2, the 4D of Dustin Hurley. Outside of him, the 28 of Colin Hodges. And that beautiful pink and blue 28. The number 13 inside row 3, that's Johnny Johnson. Green flag in the air. We got the 20 of Mike Lyon. And the 27T of Curtis Twardesky in that beautiful yellow and orange machine. Oh, the 44K gets a little crossed up coming out of turn 2. And now the 28 of Colin Hodges works his way up into second. Pushes the 23 of Kraus up to the top of the racetrack. The 23 of Kraus now works his way around the outside of the 28 of Hodges. Good race right there for second place. Coming out of turn 4, give it to the 28. 28 of Colin Hodges takes that second place, which means the 23 of Kraus now working for position to try to remain into the feature race for tonight. The 4D of Hurley works the bottom part of the racetrack, tries to push the 23 up to the top to take over that third position. And does, along with the 13. The 13 of Johnny Johnson also slips underneath the 23. And now the battle is for third for the 13 machine and the 4D. Going into turn 3. Oh, the 4D gets a little crossed up at the top of turn 4. Loses a position, but now the 28 of Colin Hodges takes over the lead from the 44K of Michael Keelik. Your top 3, the 28 of Hodges getting crossed up in turn 4. Oh, the 28 taking the shortcut through the infield, but now the 13 of Johnny Johnson taking over second place, and the 20 machine of Mike Lyon now right there competing for your top third spot. The transfer position right now is between the 28 of Hodges, the 44K of Keelik, and the 20 of Mike Lyon. Now the 28 of Hodges goes high, and the 44K goes low. Hodges now back to third for the transfer spot. The 44K of Keelik on the bottom. White flag in the air. Tough race right now. Looking into, oh, they get crossed up, and the 28 of Hodges slows everyone down. Now the race for second and third is the 20 of Lyon and the 4D of Hurley. Good, tough heat race there. My goodness. The 28 of Hodges, he had every position in this race. He had the lead. He went back to the back. He came back up to the front, then got crossed up and lost out on a transfer position. Good, tough heat race for your final round of factory stocks. Next up, your restricted wing micros. Heat race number 1. Coming down the chute, heat race number 1. Starting on the pole, we've got the 21 of Dalton Wayne. Outside of him will be the 39 of Tatum Moeller. Inside row 2 will be Haley Taylor in the 77T. Outside of her will be Brandon Lucas in the 61 from Alvin, Texas. Inside row 3 will be Anthony Ray from League City, Texas in the 71. And bringing up the rear from El Campo is Jude Allgaier in the number 4. That beautiful blue and black and silver number 4, Jude Allgaier. We've got 6 competitors for this heat race and 8 laps. 6 competitors and 8 laps. Once again, starting on the pole, the 21 of Dalton Wayne. Flagman looks him over. Looks like we might be missing the 77T of Haley Taylor. I see the 61 of Brandon Lucas, the 71 of Anthony Ray, and the 4 of Allgaier. So that looks like, yeah, we are missing the 77T. Not sure what happened there, but hopefully they can get that one figured out. So we'll set the lineup a little bit differently, but the flag man looks him over. Dalton Wayne on the button right now, gets to choose when to start this race. He holds him up a little bit, and now we're going. Green flag. Dalton Wayne out to the early lead. The 61 now working their way up to second position on the bottom side of this racetrack. '61 now making up ground on the 21 machine. We'll see if Brandon Lucas has anything for Dalton Wayne. 61 making up ground ever so slightly as they go into turns 3 and 4. He closes the distance. '61 working the top side of this racetrack. Brandon Lucas now still working the top side, coming out of 3 and 4. Now they're neck and neck going down the backstretch. And the 61 of Lucas takes over the lead for the moment. We'll see if Lucas can hold on to it, and he does. Give it to Lucas in the 61. Now your new race leader. The 4 of Allgaier now moving up to third position, but has a long way to go to catch up to your top 2 competitors. Oh, the 71 makes a little contact with the front wall. Looks to be okay for now, still going in the right direction. The 71 of Anthony Ray down the backstretch now. White flag, 1 lap to go for the 61 of Brandon Lucas. Checkered flag in the air for the 61 of Lucas. And then the 21 of Dalton Wayne. And coming in third is the 4 of Allgaier. The 71 of Anthony Ray. And then the 39M of Tatum Moeller from San Antonio bringing up the rear.
Kyle. Would you get me something to drink?
All right. First heat race for your winged micros out of the way. We'll move on to our second heat race. Once again, 8 laps. And we're going to put all of these competitors on the track at the same time for our feature. This will be 10 to 11 cars on the feature, provided they all make it and stay healthy. Looks like we've got the 9D of Deegan Leltz. 9D of Deegan Leltz from San Antonio starting on the pole. And then outside of him will be the 27T of Trevor Twardesky. Inside row 2 will be Connor Chamberlain in the 55C from Pasadena, Texas. Outside of Connor will be the 84 of Dalton Moust from Alvin, Texas. And bringing up the rear in the 29K is Kinsley Cook from New Caney, Texas. So 5 competitors in this heat race, 8 laps the distance. Yellow lights are still on around the track. We're going to let them get around one more time. Yellow lights are out around the track. We're going green this time by. So once again, the 9D of Deegan Leltz going to start this race for us, coming out of turn 4. Holds him up a little bit and now gets on the loud pedal. The 27 of Trevor Twaderski started this race in the lead at the flag stand, and it looks like we're going to call this one off. Looks like the 27T of Twaderski was a little bit too soon on the loud pedal, so we're going to reset and get these guys restacked up one more time. Nice. Lights out around the track. We're going to try this one more time. Can't start until the 9D of Deegan Leltz says it's time to go. So the 27T of Trevor Twaderski kind of needs to keep an eye on that 9D. Can't go until the 9D starts going. They get bunched up coming into turn 3. Now we'll see what the 9D of Deegan Leltz does. Holds him up, holds him up, holds him up. Now it's time to go, folks. Here we go, green flag racing. Looks a little better this time, so the 9D of Leltz off to the early lead with the 27 of Twaderski jumping into second. And it looks like possibly the 84 of Dalton Moust was in third for a moment, but now the 55C of Connor Chamberlain jumps up to take the third spot. The 55C of Connor Chamberlain sets his sights on the 27 of Trevor Twaderski going into turn 3 and 4. Competitors starting to spread out just a little bit. Quite a few car lengths between all of the competitors here. Halfway, 4 laps complete. 4 laps complete for your restricted wing micros. Two laps to go. Deegan Leltz still your race leader, unchallenged throughout this entire race. He started on the pole and continues to be your race leader as he puts a little distance on the rest of this field. White flag in the air. So once again, it's Leltz in the 9D, Twaderski in the 27, and then the 55C of Connor Chamberlain, your top 3. And that is exactly how they started this race. Checkered flag in the air. Nice, safe heat race for your restricted winged micros. I'm not sure I've ever seen it, folks, but they started this race in the exact positions that they finished. So Deegan Leltz started on the pole and won it. Kinsley Cook started in the rear and remained there, and everybody else in between held on to their spots. A good race. We look forward to seeing all of these competitors out on the track during the feature later tonight. Going to be some good racing out there. As you can see, they're very evenly competing here, so restarts are going to be a big thing for these competitors. Next up, keep your mouths closed and your eyes squinted. IMCA Modifieds. IMCA Modifieds coming up next. Starting on the pole, the 377 of Donald Banker from Austin, Texas. Outside of him, the 48R of Raymond McSpadden from Buda. Inside row 2, the 53X of Chandler Fox from Corpus. Outside of him will be the 14T of Talon Minton from Seguin. Row 3, the 96 of Jared Maupin and the 89C of Stephen Whitaker Jr. Row 4 will be Dylan Tyndall from LaGrange, Texas in the 86 machine, and Greg Dinsmore in the 8G machine. And bringing up the rear in the 56 will be Gilbert Amezquita from San Antonio, Texas. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Gilbert Amezquita from San Antonio in the 56, bringing up the rear. Flagman eyes him over, and we're green flag racing. All sorts of action. We go yellow. Yellow flag on the track. Oh, maybe we're not going yellow. All sorts of action on the first lap of this race. The 89. The 377 of Banker gets crossed up in turns 1 and 2. And the 89. 89 looks like he's slowing down. Now we get the yellow. All sorts of action around the track. And we had a battery die on the microphone, so my apologies for that. But now it looks like Stephen Whitaker Jr. coming all the way up from 6th place to take over the lead for this race. The 48R of Raymond McSpadden maintaining a 2nd position. The 14T of Talon Minton now up to 3rd. And the 8G of Greg Dinsmore taking over 4th spot. The 96 of Maupin and the 56 got caught up down the backstretch, slowed them way down. But now that we're restarting, keep an eye on that 96 machine. Now we go green once again. Oh, the 56 goes for a ride right down here on the front stretch. We'll see if that brings out another yellow. He's going to park it right there, halfway. Halfway this time by for the 89. Woo! Big mouthful of dust right there as they come by. The 89 machine of Whitaker Jr. putting distance on the rest of this. And we have one go over in turn 3. One went over in turn 3. We got a car over the track in turn 3, but we stay green, I guess. Now we got the yellow. Man. So the yellow flag comes out once again. The 89 of Whitaker Jr. now chased by the 8G of Greg Dinsmore. Raymond McSpadden in the 48R dropping back to 3rd. Looks like we have the choose rule in place, so the 8G of Dinsmore picking the bottom of this racetrack. And there comes the 14T. We lost Talon Minton there over the berm there in turn 3. And green flag is in the air. I guess we're going green. Whitaker Jr., Dinsmore, the 86 of Tyndall. And now moving up to fourth is the 96 of Jared Maupin. Taking over fourth is the 48R of Raymond McSpadden as the 96 gets crossed up in turn 2. He keeps it going the right direction. Checkered flag in the air for the 89C of Whitaker, Dinsmore, Tyndall, McSpadden, and the 96 of Maupin. And bringing up the rear, but finishing the race, will be the 53X of Chandler Fox. Looks like we had the 14T exit this race early. And the 56 also exited. Another round of IMCA Modifieds coming at you, coming down the chute. Keep your eyes squinted and your mouth closed. Hopefully we can get a pass of the water truck down here on the chute. Okay, starting on the pole for this race, IMCA Modifieds, the 44X of Brandon Welker. Outside of him will be the 5 of Cody Clark. Row 2 will be the 117 of Cody Tidwell and the 5R of Ryan Doyon. Row 3 will be the 77 of Robert Lease Jr. and the 83 of Chris Swenson from Bernie. Row 4 will be the 8 of Logan Dinsmore and the 7 of Stephen Boble. And bringing up the rear will be the 78 of Trevor Egbert from Salado, Texas. Once again, 8 laps the distance for your IMCA Modifieds. Lights are out around the track. All eyes on the 44X of Brendan Welker. Flagman looks him over. Here we go. Green flag racing. The 17 of Cody Tidwell works his way on the bottom and jumps up to the lead. Gets around the 44 of Welker. Now the 5 of Ryan Doyon. Also goes around the 44X of Welker. Slows down a little bit in turn 2. Tidwell, Doyon, and now Welker in the 3rd spot, followed by Swenson in the 83. The 78 of Egbert now all over the back bumper of the 83 of Chris Swenson coming out of turn 2. And the 83 of Swenson jumps up into that 3rd spot. Now the 78 of Egbert fighting with the 83 of Swenson as they come out of turn 2. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Yellow on the track. Looks like the 77 of Robert Lease Jr. bringing up their yellow flag. So we'll get these guys stacked up once again. Right now your leader is the 117 of Cody Tidwell, followed by the 5R O'Doyon. Delaware-style restarts here at I-37, so that means the leader gets to jump out front, and the second-place car gets to choose if he wants to be on the top or the bottom. So it looks like the 5R of Doyon jumps to the bottom, which puts the 78 of Egbert on the top in third. The 17 of Tidwell jumps out to the early lead, putting distance on the rest of this pack. Now the 78 of Egbert trying to work underneath the 5R of Doyon going into turns 2. Egbert gets underneath Doyon. We'll see if he can hold on to it going into turn 3 and 4. Here we go. They get crossed up. The 17 of Tidwell goes around. Are we going to bring out the yellow flag? Hopefully bring out the yellow flag. Maybe not, though. And the 5 goes around in turn 2. 5 goes around, 2 laps to go. The 5 loops it around. 17 of Tidwell also loops it around, but now the 78 of Egbert and the 83 of Swinton fighting for the lead. White flag in the air for the 78 of Egbert, with the 83 of Swinton hot on his tail. Coming up on lap traffic. Down the backstretch for the last lap. Swinton and Egbert in turn 3. Oh, the 7 goes high in turn 4. Checkered flag out for Egbert, with Swinton bringing it in second and the 5R of Doyon in third. I believe the 44 of Welker in fourth. And hard to tell after that. We had all sorts of cars turned around, looped around, going the wrong direction, but we stayed green. All right, non-winged micro sprints. First heat race of the night. Starting on the pole will be the 11A of Jayton Brown. Outside of him will be the 12E of Caden Mitchell from Rockwall, Texas. Inside row 2 will be Patrick Lundy in the 10. Outside of him will be the 20 of Brandon Schmautz. And it looks like we have the 77 of Haley Taylor, 77T of Haley Taylor, bringing up the rear. We're going to slow these guys down. Looks like we're going to restart these guys one more time. So once again, the 11A of Jayden Brown from Richmond, Texas on the pole. As they come down the backstretch, Jayden Brown will have control of this field and when we start this race. As they come out of turn 3, the flagman eyes them over. All eyes on Jayden Brown. We're going green flag. Here we go. The 12E of Mitchell goes way high in turn 2, gets all up in the dust and loses a couple positions for his effort. Now the 10 of Patrick Lundy moves up to second, but also goes high in turn 3 and 4. So now give it to the 77T of Taylor, Haley Taylor, now moving up into that second spot. The 11A of Jayden Brown pulling 3 tires all the way around this track, leaving the left front tire at home. Keep an eye on that left front tire as he gets around turn 3 and 4. Not even making contact with the track surface. Halfway this time by as one of our sprints goes way high. The 17, or the 77 team, I think. Brandon Schmautz now in third, looking for second place, going down the backstretch. They're neck and neck. Good battle right there for second place. That is the 20 of Schmautz and the 77T of Taylor, I believe. Checkered flag now in the hands of the flagman. Checkered flag for the 11T of Jayden Brown from Richmond, Texas. Sorry, the 11A. Next will be Taylor and the 20 of Brandon Schmautz. And then the 10 of Patrick Lundy. We have one in the infield right now. I think that's the 12E of Caden Mitchell from Rockwall. Getting out of that machine there in turn 1. As you can see, going up and over the roll bar. Problem with that machine right there in turn 1. Hopefully they can get that one figured out for later tonight. I think so. I don't know if his factory stock is here. I don't remember seeing it.
I mean, if his son's racing, I guess maybe, right?
Yeah, I mean. All right, heat race number 2 on the pole, the 72 of Alex Karpowicz. Not sure if I'm saying that name right. The 72 of Alex Karpowicz. Outside of him will be the 93 of Raleigh Shepard from Houston, Texas. Inside row 2, Blake Moeller from Garden Ridge, Texas in the 88. And Andrew Van Blarkum in the 15P from Sandia. Bringing up the rear will be the 17G of Isaiah Garcia from San Antonio, Texas. Flagman looks him over. Here we go. Green flag. 4 competitors out there right now. Looks like we're missing one. Oh, going for the slide job right there in turn 3 and 4 is the 17G of Isaiah Garcia, starting in the rear and moving all the way up to the front. The 93 of Raleigh Shepard drops back to 3rd position. And the 72 of Alex Karpowicz from Spring Branch started this race in 1st and now drops back to 2nd. Oh, the 88 of Blake Moeller getting a little loose right down here in the front stretch. Contact now between your 2nd and 3rd place competitors. That was the 93 of Riley Shepard. And the 17G of Isaiah Garcia, still your leader. Having good distance on the rest of this field. Comfortable lead. The 93 of Riley Shepard still in second, but now competition coming up from the 88. The black 88 machine coming into turn 3 and 4. White flag now, white flag in the air. The 17G of Isaiah Garcia jumped up to the lead in this race real early and never looked back. After that, we've got the 93 and the 88 battling for second and third. Looks like it's going to be the 93 of Riley Shepard bringing it in second, and the 88 of Blake Moeller coming in third. Bringing up the rear will be the 72 of Alex Karpowicz. And it looks like we were missing the 15P of Andrew Van Blarkum. Not sure what happened to that one. Looks like we're going to get a tow for one of our sprint competitors here. Get him out of the infield. All right, looks like our B Factory Stocks up for their first heat race. Starting on the pole, John Hernandez in the 6P. John Hernandez, outside of him will be the 56 of Brian Schneider. Inside row 2 will be the 75 of Jerry Miller. And outside of him will be the 22 of Ronnie Sparks. Inside row 3 will be the 55C of George Clark. Outside of him will be the 13 of Jet Johnson. Double duty for that 13 machine tonight. And then inside the last row will be Kenny Wright in the 68. Flagman, no go, no go. Looks like the 6P of Hernandez started just a little bit early. So I think we're going to wave this one off. Oh, even under the yellow flag, big hit there in turn 2 between Sparks and the 55 of George Clark. We'll see if both of those race cars are still healthy. Looks like a flat for the 55 machine. No laps completed in this race, but already big damage for that 55 machine. Flat tire on the left front, so that's going to change up our lineup. We were going to restart this race just as we were, but now looks like the 55 machine probably going to be going off the track. Possibly some debris on the racetrack as well. Track officials going to go check out turn 2, see if they see anything up there. So now the 6P of John Hernandez going to come back up to the front. We're going to restart this race just as we had it planned. I think the track looks good up there in turn 2. So once again, the 6P of John Hernandez back out front. Hey, we got a water truck here, folks. I've never heard so much of applause for the water truck. Woo, that felt good. Never thought I'd hear the day that everybody was cheering for the slowest vehicle on the track. Now the water truck will be the obstacle for all of these B factory stock racers. No, I'm just kidding. But wouldn't that be fun? Factory stocks dodging water trucks. Here we go. Flagman looks him over. Green flag in the air now for your B factory stocks. John Hernandez leads him to turn 1. Now the 56, of Brian Schneider takes over the lead from Hernandez with the 75. 75 with Jerry Miller jumping into second place. Jerry Miller goes high in turn 4, slows up a little bit, and now they get together down the backstretch. 75 goes for a spin down the backstretch. He's still going. Miller now in turn 4. The 56 of Brian Schneider leading this race. The 6P of Hernandez now in second with the 22 of Sparks in third. The 68 of Kenny Wright in fourth. Good battle right now for second place. They get together a little bit in turn 4. That's the 22 of Sparks and the 6P of Hernandez. They're loose all the way around this track. Getting messed up in turn 3 and 4. The 68 of Kenny Wright now throwing a little slide jab on the 6P of Hernandez. 68 of Kenny Wright showing Hernandez the back bumper as they go down into turn 4. Oh, they get a little crossed up as Sparks goes high unexpectedly around the lap traffic. The 13 of Jet Johnson, unexpected lap traffic getting in the way there. Everybody stays going the right direction though. Now the 75 of Miller gets crossed up in turn 4. Right in front of the 22 of Sparks. Checkered flag in the air for your leader, the 56. 56 of Brian Schneider. Bringing it in second was the 22 of Sparks and then the 68 of Kenny Wright. 75 of Jerry Miller goes for a ride there in turn 2 after the flag. Exploring all of this racing surface or these B factory stocks. But that is what this class is for. Want to get these guys some experience and how to race this track, how to get around this track safely. Whew, I can breathe. All right, heat race number 2 for your B factory stocks. Heat race number 2, starting on the pole, the 95 of Charles Oval. Outside of him will be the 63J of Joe Johnson. Inside row 2 will be the new number 15 for Daniel Lopez out of Somerset, Texas. Beautiful brand new number 15 machine. Outside row 2 will be the 92R of Robert Keelick. Row number 3 will be the 92 of Brian Harbison. That 92 machine was your race winner the last time we were out here, so keep an eye on that 92 machine. And then the 18R of Chris Vincent coming up from Corpus Christi. 6 racers, 8 laps the distance for this race. Once again, your B factory stocks. Getting some experience under their belt, getting some seat time for your B factory stocks. The flagman looks them over, green flag in hand. Charles Oble on the button. Here we go, green flag. Charles Oble leads them down into turn 1 and hits the infield tractor tire and gets turned around, slows down the rest of the field. We'll see if he can get it righted. Now taking over the lead is the 63 of Joe Johnson. The 95 of Oble now getting fired and turned around in turn 2. We stay green. And now the yellow is out. Yellow, yellow. Yeah, I'm not really sure what we got going on here, but the 15 of Daniel Lopez is out front right now. Restarting this race, Lopez gonna take their green flag. The 63J of Joe Johnson in second, now taking the outside with the 92 of Brian Harbison, fighting down. Oh, they jump tires. Jump tires is the 92 of Brian Harbison. The 63J of Joe Johnson going for a ride there, but they maintain going in the right direction. Now the 15 of Lopez slows down, and the 92 goes around. Evasive maneuvers, here we go. The 63J of Johnson taking the long way around in turn 4, but we stay green. Daniel Lopez slowed down. Now we got a little contact between the 92R and the 15 of Lopez. 92R taking over the lead for this race. We got cars spinning in turn 3 and 4. We got spins in the infield. Action all over the track, folks. Keep your eyes open if you can. The 92R of Keelick leads this race. But now the 15 of Lopez. The 92, Robert Bobby Keelick in turn 4, trying to maintain the lead as he fights with Daniel Lopez. They're coming down neck and neck. Give it to the 92 of Keelick. They make contact again in turn 2. We got one spun in turn 4. Leaders coming around. All sorts of contact between the 92 and the 15 of Lopez. Here we go. 2 laps to go. Two laps to go for the 92R of Keelick and the 15 of Lopez. White flag out now. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go. Keelick on the bottom. Lopez on the top. Now Lopez drops to the bottom. Lopez dodges the tractor tire. Coming out of turn 3 and 4. Your fight for the lead. Keelick and Lopez. Here we go. Checkered flag in the air. Give it to Keelick. Give it to Keelick. All sorts of action all around the track, but good race for your top 2 competitors. Daniel Lopez lost power halfway through that race and regained it and somehow was able to pull off a 2nd place while cars were spinning all around the track. Man, all sorts of fun and entertainment tonight. Coming down the chute, late models, here we go. Four heat races for your late models. All right, late models coming around the track. Here we go, green flag in the air. The 130 of Chase Allen jumps out to the lead with the 32 of Bo Begnaud jumping into second. The number 4 of Bo Day now moving up into that second spot, taking over from Bo Begnaud. He jumps down into the front, going down the back stretch into turn 3 and 4. The number 4 of Bo Day all over this racetrack. The 08 of Alton Fambro in 4th. The 88 of Bobby Jack in 5th, and spinning right there in turn 2 is the 57 of Jason Kelly. Bo Day in the number 4, putting distance on the rest of this field. Number 4, Bo Day, halfway this time by 8 laps. Right now, the only competition on the racetrack is between the 130 of Chase Allen and the 32 of Bo Begnaud. 2 laps to go. We'll see if he has enough time to do anything with it. White flag in the air for the number 4 of Baudet. Comfortable lead on the rest of this field for the first heat race. Baudet now coming up on lap traffic, the 88 of Bobby Jack. Checkered flag for Baudet. The 130 of Chase Allen bringing it in second. The 32 of Bo Begnaud in third. Got one spun in turn 4. That is the 08 of Alton Fambro. Spun around there in turn 4 right before he took the checkered flag. But looks like he will finish this race under power. Nice heat race for the number 4 of Baudet, classing the rest of this field. Passed everybody on lap 1 to 2 and then never looked back. Heat race number 2 for your late models. Starting on the pole, the 89C is Stephen Whitaker Jr. Once again, Stephen Whitaker finishing 4th down at Bristol Dirt Track about a month back. Did really well representing South Texas. Outside row number 1 will be the 12 of Cody Hartage. Inside row 2 will be the 29 of Jamie Campbell. Outside row 2 will be the 25 of little Robbie Starnes. Inside row 3, your track champion for the 2020 season, the beautiful blue and white and orange number 99, that is Franco Krulik. And then we have the 25S of Robert Starnes. We'll see if we can find the 25 or the 25S. Looks like we're missing one of them. Can't tell for sure if it's the 25 or the 25S that we're missing. Stephen Whitaker Jr. on the button right now, in control of this field. He's going to get to pick when we start this race. He takes him a little high into turn 3 and 4, and here we go. The 89C of Whitaker Jr. jumping out to the early lead and putting distance on the rest of this field. Oh, the 99 of Franco Krulik. Franco Krulik goes around in turn 3 and 4. We'll see if that draws out the yellow. Yellow flag. Yellow flag. Franco Krulik bringing out the yellow flag, getting spun around there in turn 3 and 4. So your order for the moment, the 89C of Whitaker Jr., your leader with the 25 of Robbie Starnes. Not sure if that's little Robbie or big Robbie, but one of the Robbie Starnes is there in second, and the 12 of Cody Hartage in third. Then we got the 29 of Jamie Campbell in fourth, and it looks like Franco Krulik, who would have been in fifth, takes it off of the racetrack. Once again, Delaware style restarts, puts the 89C of Whitaker Jr. up front. He gets to decide when to go. Here we go, green flag racing. The 12 of Hardage maintains his third position with the 29 of Jamie Campbell bringing up the rear. Whitaker now putting distance on the rest of this field. Halfway. 4 laps down, 4 laps to go. Whitaker Jr. making it look easy now. Two laps to go. This race has been all Stephen Whitaker Jr. Started on the pole and never looked back. He's got a whole turn lead on the rest of this field. Checkered flag in the air for Whitaker Jr. Second will be Robbie Starnes. Third place goes to Cody Hardage. And bringing up the rear will be the 29 of Jamie Campbell. Heat race number 3. Heat race number 3 for your late models. Starting on the pole, the 10-4 of Brandon Brzezowski. Brandon Brzezowski coming out of Lavernia, Texas, will start this one on the pole. Outside row 1 will be the 10 of Landon Souter. Inside row 2 will be Jared Sapansky from Yorktown. Outside of him will be the 5R of Ryan Doyon from Lacoste. Inside row 3 will be the 1X of Andrew Hessler. And outside of him will be the 19 of Barry Quaid from Schertz, Texas. 6 late models, 8 laps the distance. We'll see how this sets up our feature race for later tonight. Once again, 18 late models tonight. Going to be a big, nice feature race for our late models. But Brandon Brzezowski on the button has control of the loud pedal as we start this heat race. Green flag in the air. Let's go racing, Brandon. Brzezowski out to the early lead and putting distance on the rest of this field. He's chased by the number 10 of Landon Souter and the 5R of Ryan Doyon. Oh, we got one going around in turn 2. That's the 82 of Stepanski going around and collects himself nicely. We stay green. Right now, the 5R of Doyon working on the 10 of Landon Souter. They're neck and neck as they go into turn 3 and 4. Doyon goes low. And now Doyon takes over the second spot. Yellow, yellow, yellow on the field. The 1X of Hessler. X of Hessler there in turn 1, turned around the wrong direction. We'll see if he can get that one refired. Andrew Hessler, one of your past track champions in the late models. Late models went away for years and then came back, but Andrew Hessler, one of your past track champions. Announcement for those in the stands, there's a royal blue Toyota Corolla in the parking lot that needs to be moved. A royal blue Toyota Corolla parking number 6 or LFG 6360, LFG 6360. If that is your license plate, we need you to move your car. Once again, a royal blue Toyota Corolla, license plate LFG 6360. We need you to move your car. Black flag in the air. Black flag in the air. 1X of Andrew Hessler. Not sure what happened there. Maybe has a flat tire or something. What's up, Mr. Adam? Doing good. We're here, buddy. I believe a flat tire. Here we go. The 10-4, Brandon Brzezowski out to the lead again. So once again, the 10-4 Brzezowski jumps out to the lead with the number 10 of Landon Souter coming in second and the 5R of Doyon in third. We got one burning down in turn 3. Yellow flag. Yellow flag. I believe that is the 19 of Barry Quaid. Smoke coming out from back there behind turn 3. Very unfortunate caution flag for the 10-4 of Brandon Brzezowski. Not what he wanted to see while he was leading this race by a whole turn. But now we bunch him back up. Once again, the 10 of Landon Souter and the 5 of Doyon competing there for second place. While our safety crew tends to that number 19 of Barry Quaid just over the berm there in turn 3. Well, as the sun goes down just over the horizon over there, beautiful orange sunset for this night of racing, but it looks like it's about time to get these lights turned on. Not sure who's in charge of getting the lights turned on, but probably a good time to maybe send somebody to do that. There's still a little bit of light. I'm not sure if these guys want the extra challenge of racing in the dark tonight. Although, to be fair, with the amount of dust that's in the air, half of these drivers are driving blind anyway.
CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1.
Only a few laps left in this heat race. We'll see if they've got anything for him. And then bringing up the rear is the 82 of Jared Stepanski. Looks like that black and purple number 82 machine set up really, really loose for this track. Lights are out around the track, which means the 10 of Brandon Brzezowski can go at any time, and he chooses to go. Catches the rest of this field off guard. Competitors start to spread out around the track, but once again, the 10-4 of Brzezowski jumping out to the lead and putting distance on the rest of this field. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. The 10 of Landon Souter still in second place. Not much competition at the moment from the 5R of Doyon, who's in third. And the 82 of Stepanski bringing it up in fourth. Brandon Brzezowski, your heat race winner. That should put him in good position later tonight for our feature race. Brandon Brzezowski winning the last late model race that we had out here. Gonna be tough to beat on this track. Coming down the chute, give them away, folks. This is your tuner class. Tuners, front runners, whatever you want to call them. Looks like we got a couple heat races for your tuners. So starting on the pole, the 11J of Josh Jones. Outside of him will be the 9T of John Thomas from Schertz, Texas. Inside row 2, Michael Burris Jr. from Marion in the 81. And in the 14T, that's Sean Tracy from Lavernia, Texas. In the 55, the fireball himself, Riker Hernandez. Believe it or not, a few weeks back, that number 55 was up in flames right here on the front stretch, but they repaired it, and it is competing again. The number 816 of Ryan McDonald, your last race winner, out here from Floresville, Texas. Row 4, the 29K of Dylan Kowalik. And outside of him, the 35 of Daryl Jones. And in the 33, bringing up the rear, is Jamie Garner from San Antonio. Here we go. Green flag in the air. Let's go racing. Tuners. Burris Jr. in the 81 jumps up to the top of the track as they go into turn 3 and 4 and takes over the lead from the 11J of Josh Jones. He gets a little crossed up, but maintains the lead as they come down to the flag stand. Good side-by-side racing there in turn 2. Throw a blanket over the top 7 or 8 cars. Jamie Garner in the 33, moving up 4 or 5 positions now. That little silver Volkswagen can sure move. And the 816 of McDonald now. They go 3 wide coming down the backstretch in 2 pairs. 3 wide in 2 pairs is your top 6, with the 29 of Kowalik taking over the lead. '29 of Kowalik now leads them down the backstretch with the 81 of Burris Jr. in tow in second. And now the 816 of McDonald bringing it in third. Here comes the 33 of Garner now moving into the 4th spot. They start to spread out a little bit, but right now the battle for second place is between 81 and 816 as they go into turns 3 and 4. 816 of McDonald goes low and takes over the second spot. Keep your eye on the 33 of Garner now, moves up to the back bumper of the 81 machine, fighting for third. 2 laps to go as the 81 machine loses third to the 33 of Garner. 2 laps to go. Will it be enough time for the 33 of Garner to get to the back bumper of the 816 of McDonald, who runs in second? Your race leader, the 29K of Kowalik. But making up ground is the 816, but not going to be enough time, it doesn't look like. Checkered flag out for the 29K of Kowalik. The 816 trying to get up to the back bumper. McDonald brings in second, and the 33 of Garner started this race in 9th, the 33 of Garner, and worked his way all the way up to third. Keep an eye on that little silver 33 car in our feature race later tonight. Always a tough competitor is that little Volkswagen. Eight cars, 8 laps. 8 cars, 8 laps for your second heat race for your tuners. Starting on the pole in the blue and orange, number 32, that's Joshua Garcia. Outside of him will be the 007 of Aaron Driscoll. Inside row 2, the 88 of Justin Sitterly from Floresville. And outside of him in that white and yellow number 8 is Ronnie Schoenfeld from Helotes, Texas. Inside row 5, your points champion from last year, Brandon McCall in the number 14 machine. Brandon McCall from Von Ormy. Outside of him in the 28, brand new 28 machine is Levi Hernandez. Then we have the 12 of Roy Easler Jr. and the 43 of Jennifer Kidd. Looks like a little smoke coming out from the 8 machine. The 8 of Ronnie Schoenfeld. Oh, the 88 of Sitterly goes high. Now they're 3 wide coming down the backstretch. Or rather the front stretch. The 14 of Brandon McCall now out to the lead with the 32 of Garcia and the 88 of Justin Sitterly fighting for second. Oh, infield tractor tire goes the 28. The 28 of Levi Hernandez. And the 43 of Jennifer Kidd getting on the binders there. And here comes the tire all the way down from the top of turn 4. It's going to land right in the middle of turn 3. The tractor tire was shot all the way up turn 4, and it finally comes to a rest there in the middle of turn 3. Those infield tractor tire folks are wily. Those tires can move anywhere between 0 and 6 feet at a moment's notice. They've got a mind of their own. All right, so now your race leader is the 14 of McCall, followed by the 88 of Sitterly in second, and the 32 of Joshua Garcia in third. The number 8 of Ron Schoenfeld in fourth. We saw a little bit of smoke coming from that machine. We'll see if it holds up for the rest of this race. Just a few more laps to go in this heat race number 2 for your tuners. Lights are out around the track. McCall takes advantage and decides to go there early in turn 3. Trying to get the jump on this field is McCall. The 88 of Sitterly goes high in turn 2, loses a little ground, but now fighting for second with the 32 of Garcia. Oh, the 88 again goes way high in turn 2, kicks up the dust, but still maintains second spot over the 32 of Garcia. 88 looks like he likes the high side of this racetrack. Now the 12 of Easler moving up to the back bumper of the 32 of Garcia. The 12 of Easler working it down on the bottom of the hub of this racetrack. They might have made contact a little bit there on the front stretch. Easler tries the bottom side. We'll see if he makes it stick. They go 3 wide in turn 2. Sitterly goes high in turn 2 and loses 2 positions for his effort. Now the 12 of Easler and the 32 of Garcia goes way high in turn 4. The 12 of Easler takes over the second spot. The 88 of Sitterly goes way high in turn 4. We'll see if he can keep it straight. Lots of dust kicked up off that 88 machine. (14) Brandon McCall, checkered flag out for Brandon McCall, making this one look easy. Now the 12 of Easler jumping up into second, and the 32 of Joshua Garcia started this one on the pole and finishes in third. (14) of Brandon McCall taking the victory. Looks like the 43 of Jennifer Kidd taking the scenic route through the infield. Not sure what happened there. Limited modifieds next up. Looks like we have 3 heat races for your limited modifieds. Once again, 8 laps, the heat race distance. Starting on the pole, the gray and white number 91 of Craig Oakes. Outside of him will be the 26 of J.J. Jennings. Inside row 2, Cody Beto and the 7K of Kevin Parker. Row 3 will be the BD2 of Daniel Preston, then the 17 of Casey Lowe. And bringing up the rear will be the 11T of Tom Grothuse. Not sure if I see the 11T out there. I see the 14, which is Heath Stewart. Looks like Heath Stewart out here with this heat race, but I don't see him on my list, so we'll see what's up with that. Once again, Craig Oakes, J.J. Jennings on your front row. Cody Beto and Kevin Parker, row number 2. BD2, Daniel Preston, and the 17 of Casey Lowe in row 3. And then, for some reason, the 14 of Heath Stewart bringing up the rear. Craig Oakes working the bottom side of this racetrack, maintains the lead, but the BD2 goes around in turn 3. We got one spun around in turn 3. We'll see if he can ride it before the lead gets around to him. Yellow flag, yellow flag. The BD2 of Daniel Preston gets spun around there at top of turns 3 and 4, unable to get it turned around in time. Looks like the BD2 gonna get a push. See if he can get that car refired. He brought out the yellow flag, so he will go to the rear of the field either way. It looks like he's getting a push. Might be headed back down towards the pits. Looks like Daniel Preston having a hard time finding the pit entrance, but we get him turned around there on the backstretch. Once again, announcement for the fans, there's a purplish, royalish blue Toyota Corolla, license plate LFG 6360. We need you to move your car. If you don't move, your car might get hit. It's right in the way. So if you drive a Toyota Corolla, royal blue or purple, LFG 6360, please go move your car. We don't want you to get hit. The 91 of Craig Oakes takes off out of turn 3. Oh, we got the 17 going around down here in the front stretch. That's the 17 of Casey Lowe. He gets it spun around and headed in the right direction. We're going to stay green. Craig Oakes putting distance on the rest of this field. J.J. Jennings in the 26, trying all he can to catch up halfway this time by. Craig Oakes catching up to lap traffic. Craig Oakes getting around the 17 machine of Lowe safely. We'll see if the 26 of Jennings can do the same. He goes low in turn 3 and 4 and gets around the 17. Now the 77 of Beto gets around the lap traffic as well. 77 of Beto in third position. White flag in the air. Craig Oakes still your leader in that beautiful 91 machine. A gray and white 91 coming in from Cuero/Marshall, Texas. I believe that Keith Stewart in the 14, and then the 7, Kevin Parker, and bringing up the rear was the 17 of Casey Lowe. Heat race number two for your limited modifieds. Your heat race lineup looks like this. Starting on the pole, the 95 of Sterling Tausch. Outside row 1, the 96 of Jared Maupin. Inside row 2, the 22M of Anthony Gordon. And outside of him will be the 107 of Cody Parker from Canyon Lake. Now check this out, folks. Doing triple duty tonight, driving 3 cars, is the 66. That's Stephen Whitaker Jr. in the 66 machine. Outside of him, the 000 of Kyle Carter. And then the 11 of Tom Grothews. Yellow still blinking. We're going to wave this one off. They stay safe as they go into turn 2 and come down the backstretch. We're going to restack these guys up one more time. Flagman did not like that start, so we're going to do it again. Once again, complete restart here for your limited modifieds. No laps complete, 0 laps complete. Looks like the 11T of Tom Grothews jumping into this heat race. Sterling Tausch on the button now. Gets to decide when we start this race. Holds them up just a little bit, and now we go. The 66 of Whitaker Jr. jumps up a few spots, but right now your lead is the 96 of Maupin, followed by the 22 of Anthony Gordon. Now the 66 gets underneath the 22 going into turn 3 and takes over the second spot. Stephen Whitaker Jr. taking over the second spot. The number 66 of Whitaker Jr. sets his sights on the rear bumper of the 96 of Maupin. 96 of Maupin, your race leader for the moment. Oh, we got the one going around right down here on the front stretch, the 107. The 107 of Cody Parker getting a little loose here in the front stretch. The 96 of Jared Maupin now still your race leader, but creeping up to the back bumper is the 66 of Whitaker Jr. Whitaker Jr. hoping for a yellow flag at this point. Not sure if he has enough power to pass the 96 of Maupin without a yellow flag. Oh, the 107 gets a little loose in turn 4 right in front of your leaders. White flag. White flag in the air for Jared Maupin. Oh, the 107 gets loose again in turn 2. Jared Maupin gets by. And the 66 of Whitaker Jr. coming down to the flag stand. Here we go. Checkered flag. Jared Maupin in the 96 holds off the hard charging number 66, Stephen Whitaker Jr. Whitaker Jr. was hoping for a caution, hoping for a bobble from the 96, and it never came. The 96, Jared Maupin, doing a great job of keeping himself composed and taking the top spot in this heat race. I am looking forward to this limited modified main event later tonight, folks. Heat race number 3, limited modifieds. Heat race number 3, 6 competitors, 8 laps the distance. Starting on the pole will be the 21 of Nathan Oakes, coming out of Cuero, Texas. Aside him will be the 79 of Marcus Mickelchek, coming up from Corpus. Row 2 in the 15 machine will be Chase Lavin, also coming up from Corpus. Outside of him will be the 24R of Talon Minton. Row 3, Lupe Gomez in the 7, and Ryan Doyon in the 5R. Once again, 6 competitors for your final heat race for your limited modifieds tonight. 8 laps the distance. The 21 of Nathan Oakes from Cuero gets on the loud pedal coming out of turn 4. Taking over the lead is the 79 of Mickelchek. Dropping back to second is the 21 of Nathan Oakes. We got a battle for third and fourth. The 24 of Talon Minton in third right now. And a battle for fourth is Chase Lavin in the 15 and Ryan Doyon in the 5R. The 21 of Nathan Oakes gets crossed up coming out of turn 4, loses a bunch of positions. We got smoke coming out from the 7 of Lupe Gomez. Looks like the smoke went away for the time being. Coming out of turn 2, almost 3 wide. The 5R of Doyon now takes over the second spot. 24 Talon Minton in third. And the 21 of Nathan Oakes takes over fourth. 79 of Marcus Mickelchek now putting distance on the rest of this field. Mickelchek showing him how it's done. Sounds like a little bit of a miss in that number 7 from Lupe Gomez. Sounds like the motor's hurt in that number 7, but he continues to make his way around this track. White flag now for the 79 of Mickelchek, followed by the 5R, Ryan Doyon. Doesn't look like he's going to have enough time to do anything about Marcus Mickelchek classing this field in this heat race, making it look easy. Oh, Doyon gets a little crossed up, coming to the checkered flag. He takes a shortcut. Doyon takes the shortcut, so I believe that will give second place to the 24R of Talon Minton, and third place now going to the 21 of Nathan Oakes. After the 5R of Ryan Doyon getting crossed up and taking a shortcut through the infield. Next up, I believe, will be our B main for the factory stocks. If I am correct, we should see some factory stocks coming down the chute. Our intermission and go-kart racing will be after the B main, or so my schedule says. Once again, folks, if you want to visit our concession, make sure you stop by the souvenir booth first. Stop by the souvenir booth to get your tokens. You'll need the tokens for the concession stand. And don't worry if you overbuy the tokens. Those tokens are good all season. So hold on to those tokens. If you don't use them, come back and use them later. But our concession stand does take tokens. Water truck going around the top side of this racetrack. Everybody give a cheer for the water truck, knocking down some of the dust on the top side of this racetrack. I believe I saw Johnny Torres in that machine. If we are indeed running our B main for the factory stocks before intermission, looks like we're going to be throwing them a little bit of a curveball by putting some water on the track, giving them a little bit of an extra challenge out there.
CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1.
For your needs, they'll get you taken care of. All In Design's a proud sponsor of our factory stocks tonight. So starting on the pole, as we send these guys around to pack in the water that we just put on the track, starting on the pole will be the 29 of Jose Lopez Jr. Jose Lopez Jr. coming from Victoria, making the drive up. Starting outside of him, the always fast Joshua Sewell coming out of Kingsville. Joshua Sewell, our points champion from last year. Keep an eye on the 38 machine, that beautiful black and orange and blue machine just put together. On row two, starting in row two, the 98 of William Saunders. And outside of him will be the 48 of Mike Land, coming all the way down from Waco, Texas to join us. Row number three, the 10 machine of Scott Jerkins from Lavernia. And it looks like the 56 of Kenny Hurley. Kenny Hurley, you may recognize that name. Common name that you would hear out at Highway 16 or San Antonio Speedway on the asphalt track. Both of these guys, Scott Jerkins and Kenny Hurley, very, very famous down there at the asphalt track in San Antonio. These guys trying to make it work here on dirt, learning the ropes. Oh, getting loose over there in turn number 1 and 2 as Mike Land almost goes around as they're packing the track. Row number 4 will be the 36 of George Quintanilla from Adkins. And in the number 18 machine will be Kyle Kirkland. Kyle Kirkland from Ingram, Texas. And bringing up the rear will be the 34H of Hunter Peterson. Hunter Peterson from Lacoste. So B main number 1 for your factory stocks. I'm not sure how many racers they're taking. If anybody can throw me a number up in the flag stand, how many racers are we taking in this race to the main? Trying to get a signal on how many racers we're taking. Probably going to be at least 4 or 5. Looks like we got the 36 of George Quintanilla spun around in turn 4. Okay, top five going to transfer in this B main. Top 5 competitors transferring into the feature race later tonight. It was right here on my sheet, if only I could read. All right, folks, it looks like we're going to give our second B main competitors a chance to get out on the track. Since we changed the track so much by adding water, we want to make sure that they are knowing what to expect when they get out to this track surface. So now all the B main competitors out on the track trying to pack in the top side of this track. It looks a little bit slippery up there. Yeah, they went the top side of the track pretty heavily. All right, it looks like we are about ready to get started with our B main. Little Johnny Be Good for you guys, but here we go. B main number 1. Looks like 8 competitors. We're going to take the top 5, send them on into the feature race later tonight. Looks like we are missing. We got 8 cars scheduled for 9. The 29 of Jose Lopez on the button right now as he takes him around into turns 3 and 4. Here we go, B main number 1, factory stocks. Oh, the 98 gets a little crossed up in turn 1, slows the rest of the field down. So the 38 of Josh Sewell and the 29 of Jose Lopez jump out to a quick early lead. Josh Sewell gets a little loose up in turn 4. Loses a couple positions for his effort. Josh Sewell trying to work the top side of this racetrack. Always the nice guy. Josh Sewell does not want to use the bumper there and moves up to the top side of the track. But the 98 of William Saunders now moves into second. The 38 of Josh Sewell now working his way alongside of Saunders on the top side of the track. Saunders gets a little crossed up going down the backstretch, and now it is Josh Sewell taking over the second spot from Saunders. Right now, in the 5th position is the 56 of Kenny Hurley. The 56 of Kenny Hurley in that transfer spot. Keep an eye on that 5th position. And then a little further back is the 34H of Hunter Peterson. And the 98 of William Saunders gets a little loose again going down the backstretch. And the 56 of Kenny Hurley moves up to 4th. We're halfway down. Now the 34H of Hunter Peterson tries to go to work on the 98 of William Saunders, but gets slowed up in turn 2. Right now your race leader is Jose Lopez Jr., followed by Josh Sewell, the 48 of Mike Land, and the 56 of Kenny Hurley. Kenny Hurley pulls up alongside the 48 of Mike Land, trying to take over the 3rd position. They go into turn 3 and 4. Give it to the 48 of Mike Land. The 34H of Hunter Peterson losing distance now on the 98 of William Saunders. William Saunders in that transfer spot. 2 laps to go for this B main number 1. Top 5 remains the same. They spread out a little. But once again, the 29 of Jose Lopez Jr., white flag. The 38 of Josh Sewell, the 48 of Mike Land, and the 98 of William Saunders. Hunter Peterson gets crossed up again in turn 2, slows down. Checkered flag waves for the 29 of Jose Lopez Jr. And William Saunders in the 98. William Saunders making it onto that transfer position. Couple announcements, or real quick announcements for the audience here. I got a black pair of glasses. Looks like a lady's pair of glasses with gold tips. Black glasses with gold tips. If you're missing those, come see me down by the concession stand. Also, if you lost a key, a single key, one key by itself, Check your key ring. Make sure you didn't lose a key. But you'll want to go see the office. That's the front office where you got your tickets to get in tonight. One key lost is now in the office. B main number 2. B main number 2 coming around. Starting on the pole will be the 93 of Aaron Letty. I'm not sure if I see Aaron Letty out there. So we will change gears, and it looks like the 20R of Ricky Long will move up to the first spot. The 20R of Ricky Long having a tough time in the heat race, losing a tire. So we'll see what he can do in this B main. Outside of him will be the 23K of Casey Kraus, then the 999 of Stephen Doty, then the 28 of Colin Hodges outside of him. Then we've got the 30 of Memphis Villarreal and the 44K of Michael Keelik. Bringing up the rear will be the 27T of Curtis Twardesky. Here we go. Long on the pole. Green flag for Long. The 99 of Doty gets underneath him, though. You get 3 wide times 2 coming out of turn number 2. Good tight racing for this B main number 2. First lap, the 999 of Doty bringing it around. We'll see if he takes it to the flag stand, and he does. Give it to the 999 of Doty with the 23K of Kraus ever so slightly behind him. The 23K of Kraus holding his ground on the outside of this racetrack. Kraus in second. Oh, but he takes contact. Lots of cars going around. Hard to say exactly what happened there, but the 23 of Kraus took contact from the 28 of Colin Hodges, but it looked like the 28 of Hodges was trying to dodge other cars that were going around. So now the 23 of Kraus looks like he's going out into the pits. We'll see who remains in this race. It looks like the 27T of Curtis Twardesky under power again. The 30 of Villarreal also involved in that scuffle there in turn 4. We'll see how our spotters put each of these racers. But I believe taking the lead was the 999 of Stephen Doty. Stephen Doty in the 999. And then possibly coming in second, moving up a whole bunch of spots, was the 44K of Michael Keelik. We'll see what our track officials have to say about that one. Tough call, as there were lots of cars going around in turn 4. Hard to say who was dodging and who was bumping and who was initiating the contact. We'll get these guys figured out, but it looks like once again the 20R of Ricky Long now in the infield.
No, they're not here.
I thought that they would. They usually do, right? Chris is a badass down here, so why not? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. All right, lights are out around the track as we get this lineup sorted out. It looks like it will be the 999 of Doty on the pole with the 28 of Hodges inside row 2, the 30 of Villarreal outside row 2, the 44K of Keelik inside row 3, and the 27T of Curtis Twardesky bringing up the rear. So here we go, 5 racers left. Five racers left, and the top 5 are going to transfer, so I'm not sure why we're still running this race, but here we go. 3 wide coming down the backstretch. Colin Hodges, Doty, and Villarreal all fighting for the lead. Villarreal now takes over on the top side. White flag. Looks like we're going to decide what order they're going to be in as they transfer. The 30 of Villarreal jumps out several car lengths now with the 28 of Hodges in second and the 44 of Keelik in third. Then we got the 999 of Doty taking a bump there from the 27T of Twardesky. So Twardesky brings up the rear in this race, but because we're taking 5, he will transfer to the A main later on tonight. So these 5 racers all making it into the feature. I guess we ran the last lap to see what order they're going to be in. So folks, we're going to move into our intermission period. We've got feature races for our go-karts. So stick around for go-kart racing. But if you want to stop by the concession stand, feel free to stop by. Make sure you stop by the souvenir booth first to get your tokens that you can use at the concession stand.
Side of it. It's your body. There's got to be line of sight between that.
CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1. CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1. CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1. CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1.
All right, on the track right now, B Factory Stocks. B Factory Stocks, your feature race for tonight for your B Factory Stocks. Bringing up the lineup right now. Looks like we've got the number 56 of Brian Schneider on the pole. Outside of him will be the 92R of Robert Kielick. Inside row 2, the 22 of Ronnie Sparks. Outside of him, the brand new car, the number 15, Daniel Lopez. Inside row 3 will be the 68 of Kenny Wright. Outside of him will be the 63J of Joe Johnson. Inside row 4, the 6P of John Hernandez. Outside of him will be the 92 of Brian Harbison out of New Braunfels. Row 5, inside, Jerry Miller from Von Ormy. Outside of him will be the 95 of Charles Obel. Row 6 will be the 55C of George Clark on the inside and the 18R of Chris Vincent on the outside. And then bringing up the rear will be the 13, although I don't see him, the 13 of Jet Johnson. That car may be out of commission for tonight. I believe the Johnson's doing double duty in that 13 machine, but I don't see it out on the track, so we may be missing one, or maybe a few. I've got the 56. I've got the 63J. I've got the 22, although they look a little mixed up. I see the 68 of Kenny Wright, the 92 of Brian Harbison, 6P of Hernandez, the 95 of Charles Obel's out there. I hear one coming down the chute. It's the 92R of Bobby Kielick. 92R of Bobby Kielick joining us for this B Factory Stock feature race. Bobby Kielick starting on the front row, so he's going to hold up a little bit and wait for the rest of this pack to join him. And I can't tell for sure, but it looks like we're missing the 15 of Lopez. I don't see the 15 of Lopez out there. Tough break for Daniel Lopez bringing that new car out here. Flashing yellow lights still on around the track, so we're going to get this lineup sorted, trying to figure out who's still in this race and who's not. Flagman showing them one. Lights are out. We're going to go green this time by. Feature race for your B Factory Stocks. Could be anybody's ball game. Earlier in the heat races, we had all sorts of cars spinning and flying around the track, going over the top. This will be one to watch, folks. Keep your eye all around the track. You never know what's going to happen with these beginner factory stocks. On the pole, the 56 of Brian Schneider leads him around turn 3 and 4. The flagman looks him over. Feature race, here we go. Green flag. All right, we stay mostly the same. Everybody stays going in the right direction for the first lap, it looks like. The 56 of Brian Schneider out to the early lead and putting distance on the 92R of Bobby Kielick. Running right now in third is the 22 of Sparks, but hot on his tail is the 68 of Kenny Wright. Going into turn 4 right now, the 75 of Miller and the 6P of Hernandez fighting each other in mid-pack. Looks like that battle's for about 6th position. Hernandez goes up the track in turn 2. Getting on the binders is the 75. The Jerry Miller, they stay green going down the backstretch. So far, so good for your beginner factory stocks. The 92 goes 3 wide with the 6P and the 63J. They stay 2 and 3 wide in turn 4. Looks like the 18R, Chris Vincent, exiting the track, headed to the infield. Didn't see what happened there, but he definitely exited the track. Right now, the 22 of Sparks and the 92R, Bobby Keelik, fighting for second place. Coming down the backstretch out of turn 2, the 22 of Sparks gets underneath Keelik for a moment. Keelik goes high and over the berm in turn 4. Keelik gets turned around. He's going to park it on top of the berm in turn 4. Loses a bunch of positions. Oh my goodness. Almost gets hit by the 55, but the 92R of Keelik goes down into the infield. Your leader by a long shot is the 56 of Brian Schneider from San Antonio. Ronnie Sparks takes over the second position from the 68 of Kenny Wright. Now the 92. That's the 92 of Brian Harbison. Running in fourth position right now. The 75 of Miller and the 55 right there in front of your leader. They are lap traffic. Leader gets around the 55C of George Clark and now tries to make his way around the 75 of Miller, who goes high in turn 2. Miller in the 75 goes way high in turn 2 but keeps it straight. Looks like he's now going to exit the track. The 95 of Charles Obel, taking a shortcut through the infield, now sits right in front of your leader. Your leader creeping up on the back bumper of the 95 machine from Charles Obel. Behind him is the 22 of Sparks and the 68 of Wright. Right there inside a bunch of lap traffic. The 55 and the 92. Looks like the 92 going around the 68 on the outside. We'll see if he can take over. And he goes around the 22 of Sparks as well. So the 92 now moves up into the second position behind that lap traffic. Sparks getting caught up behind the 55. That lap traffic right in front of Sparks, slowing him down. And now the 68 of Kenny Wright gets around Sparks. So 2 to go. 2 to go for the 56 of Brian Schneider. Has a half a track lead on the 92. And then the 68 of Kenny Wright, and then Sparks. Oh, the 95 gets turned around right here in turn 4. Coming down the front stretch, she straightens it out, loops it, scoops it, and recoups it. We stay green, one flag, white flag out. The 56 of Brian Schneider taking the checkered flag. Almost a half a lap lead on the 92. The 92 of Brian Harbison bringing it around for second. Then it's going to be the 68 of Kenny Wright and the 22 of Sparks. After that, I believe it's the 63J, the 6P of Hernandez, and that will put the 55 bringing up the rear, and then the 95, I believe. Possibly a couple laps down. Hard to say for sure, but definitely the 56 of Brian Schneider putting it on these guys, showing them how it's done in the B factory stocks. Almost a half a straightaway, or sorry, a half a lap lead on the rest of these cars. Looks like a few of the factory stocks exiting the track now. Sending them down the backstretch. Brian Schneider in the 56 headed off to the pits. Looks like we won't get to talk to him tonight, but definitely a big congratulations to that crew, the 56 crew, making everything work tonight. I hear some mini sprints. Mini sprints coming down the chute for their feature race. This will be the restricted winged micros. 20 laps the distance for their feature. Give them a wave as they come down the chute. That's probably the only time they can see you here in the stands. We're going to get them lined up. So your feature race will look like this. In the number 61 machine from Alvin, Texas, Brandon Lucas starting on the pole. Outside of him from Huntsville, Texas is the 27T of Trevor Twardesky. Inside row 2, Deegan Leltz in the 9D. Outside of him will be the 21 of Dalton Wayne coming in from Hutto, Texas. Row number 3 will be the 55C of Connor Chamberlain from Pasadena, Texas. And then outside of Connor will be the 84 of Dalton Moust from Alvin, Texas. Next row will be the 71 of Anthony Ray from League City and the 29K of Kinsley Cook from New Caney, Texas. Next row after that will be the 4 of Jude Algier from El Campo. And outside of Jude will be Tatum Moeller in the 39M from San Antonio. Bringing up the rear, although I don't see the car, is the 77T of Haley Taylor. Here we go. We're fixing to go green for your mini sprints. Leading them off is the 61 of Brandon Lucas. Brandon Lucas jumps out to the early lead as they head down the backstretch. The 27T of Trevor Twardesky jumps into second. So far, we remain in the same position for your top 3. The 84 of Dalton Moust jumps up to 4th place, and the 21 of Dalton Wayne moves back to 5th. These guys are moving around this racetrack. The 61 of Brandon Lucas putting distance on the rest of this field, but gets a little crossed up in turn 4. Has to slow it down a little bit. Right now, the 84 and the 9D battle for 3rd place as they go into turns 3 and 4. Battle for 3rd place. That's the 84 of Dalton Moust and the 9D of Deegan Leltz. 84 all over the back bumper of the 9D, trying to find a spot that works. Looks like the 84 will go low, but gets cut off. They make a little contact. The 84 gets punted back a few positions, or a few car lengths rather. Now they spread out around the track. Oh, we lost one lost power. Lost power there in turns 1 and 2. We got one stopped up there in turns 1 and 2. Yellow flag. Throw the yellow flag. There we go. We got a black car that's hard to see up there in turns 1 and 2. Hard to see it, but we got the yellow flag thrown. We're going to reset this field. Get them stacked back up. That's definitely not what the 61 of Brandon Lucas wanted to see. We'll get him restacked up. The 61 of Brandon Lucas still your leader, but now moving to the outside of him, it's the 27T of Trevor Twarderski. Coming to the infield, the 29. The 29K of Kinsley Cook from New Caney pulling it off into the infield there. The 9D of Deegan Leltz remains in third position with the 84 of Dalton Moust now brought right back up to the back bumper. They were having a good battle for third, and then they got together and bumped each other a little bit in turn two and then had to separate. Right now in fifth position is the 55C of Connor Chamberlain. And then right after him is the 21 of Dalton Wayne. We go single file. Flagman looks him over, and we throw the green. We remain in the same order for now as they go down the backstretch. Little bit of spacing out between all of these cars right now. The 9D goes low on the 27. Battle for second. We'll see if the 9D can make it stick on the bottom side of the racetrack. Good battle right there going into turns 3 and 4 for second position. The 9D of Deegan Leltz trying to find a way around the 27 of Trevor Twarderski. They're neck and neck again coming out of turn 2 going down the back stretch. The 9D of Deegan Leltz all over the back bumper, trying to find a way around the 27 of Twarderski. The 61 of Brandon Lucas putting distance on second and third place. Out to a commanding lead right now is the 61 of Brandon Lucas from Alvin, Texas. The 9D of Deegan Leltz gets a really good run coming out of turn 2, but can't do anything with it going down the backstretch. Keep an eye on that 9D right now in third place. Now the 84. The 84 of Dalton Moust creeping up to the back bumper of the 9D. White flag, one more lap. Battle for second and third place. We'll see if they have anything for each other on this final lap. Here comes your leader, the 61 of Brandon Lucas taking the checkered. The 27T of Trevor Twarderski and the 9D of Deegan Leltz bringing it into third. Fourth place goes to the 84 of Dalton Moust. And then after that, I believe it was the 55 of Connor Chamberlain. We'll get these guys slowed down. Great race. Great race for these restricted winged micros. As you can probably tell, motorcycle motors in these cars probably making more horsepower than our factory stocks. These guys making their way around this track fast. We'll see if we can bring the 61 of Brandon Lucas down here for a quick visit. Take your picture quickly while you can. The 61 of Brandon Lucas, because we're going to send the next group of cars. IMCA Modifieds. IMCA Modifieds coming down the chute. Smell that beautiful burning methanol. That is methanol that you smell. Some of these cars running methanol instead of race gas. Looks like we got a little debris right there in turn 1. Track officials going to try to grab that before these guys get to racing. Little debris somewhere in turn 1. Rachel Plant, our picture taker, checking out the scene, seeing if she can see any debris out there in turn 1. We want to make sure that this is a safe track. Once again, smell that methanol. It's either that or somebody let one loose right in front of me. I'm not sure. But anyway, your feature lineup looks like this. Starting on the pole, the 44X of Brandon Welker. Brandon Welker from Stockdale, Texas will be your leader. Outside of him, the 48R of Raymond McSpadden from Buda, Texas. Row number 2, Cody Tidwell in the 117 and Ryan Doyon from Lacoste, Texas. Row number 3, that's Jared Maupin and Stephen Whitaker Jr. Keep an eye on that 89C machine of Stephen Whitaker Jr. Always a fast customer here. Row number 4, Chris Swinson in the 83 and the 86 of Dylan Tyndall. Row number 5, the 8G of Greg Dinsmore and the 78 of Trevor Egbert. Row number 6, the 53X of Chandler Fox alongside the 14T of Talon Minton. Row number 7, the number 5 of Cody Clark and the 377 of Donald Banker coming out of Austin. Row 8, Robert Lease Jr. from Schertz in the 77 machine and the 8 of Logan Dinsmore. Row number 9, the 7 of Stephen Boble from San Antonio and the 56 of Gilbert Amesquita. I don't see the 56 out there. I do see the number 7 of Stephen Boble. I see the 8 of Logan Dinsmore, 77, the 377. So it looks like 17 if I can count correctly. 16, 17. I can do math. I promise. 17 cars out on the track. Looks like the 78 of Egbert getting stopped up on the backstretch. Not sure what was going on there. The 78 of Egbert should be starting in the 10th position. All right, folks, so it looks like this. Row number 3. Keep an eye on both of those cars in row number 3. You got the 89 of Stephen Whitaker Jr. and the 96 of Jared Maupin. You'll watch these guys pull 3 tires around this track. They don't even use the left front. They could have left it at home. Sounds like maybe a little motor trouble there for the number 7 of Stephen Boble. We'll see how that plays out for the rest of this race. But the lights are out on the button right now. The 44X of Brandon Welker from Stockdale bringing them around to the green flag. Here we go, folks. IMCA Modifieds. Brandon Welker getting real crossed up coming out of turn 4. Moving backwards quickly. That leaves the 48R of Raymond McSpadden to the lead. And the 89C of Whitaker Jr. jumping up to that 3rd spot. Whitaker Jr. on the top side, taking over 2nd spot now from the 5R of Doyon. Here comes Whitaker Jr. on the top, but he goes over. He goes over. Whitaker Jr. stopped up at the top. Somebody throw a yellow flag. Whitaker Jr. stopped up at the top of the track. We get this field slowed down. Whitaker Jr. was making moves all over the top side of this track, but gets crossed up in turn 3 and 4 and stuck on the berm. He will go to the back of this pack. Whitaker Jr. was fighting for 2nd place with Ryan Doyon, got past Doyon, and then got crossed up there at the top of turns 3 and 4. That will give second spot back over to Ryan Doyon, then the 5R. And then we got the 17 of Tidwell, and now the 96 of Maupin has moved up to fourth. So the 48R, Raymond McSpadden, still your leader. We're going to get these guys stacked back up. Once again, Delaware-style restart. That'll put the 48R of Raymond McSpadden out to the lead. And then the 5R of Doyon gets to choose whether he wants to be on the top or the bottom. Looks like he chose the bottom. We'll see if that's the right choice, because that puts a hard charger right out to his outside, the 17 of Tidwell. Here we go, coming around to the green, the 48R of McSpadden. They go 3 and 4 wide, coming out of turn 2. Look for the 89C of Whitaker to jump up fast. He's still on the top side of this track. We got another one going over the top. We got one going over the top, but they come back out. That was the 86 of Dylan Tyndall. Tyndall goes over the berm in turn 3 and 4. Now we got one stopped in the infield. That looks like the 8G of Greg Dinsmore. Dinsmore stuck in the infield. Meanwhile, the 5R of Doyon creeps up right next to the 48R of McSpadden. The 48R goes high, and now the 5R of Doyon takes over the lead. Three wide coming down the backstretch is the 89 of Whitaker, the 83 of Swenson, and the 14. Now the 78 of Egbert goes around the 48 and picks up the second position. The 78 of Egbert now goes to the top side on the 5R of Doyon. Battle for the lead right now. Egbert and Doyon. The 96 of Maupin picks up third place, getting around the 48R of McSpadden. We've got Egbert, Doyon, and Maupin. Then we've got McSpadden. And looky here, folks, the 89C of Whitaker just now jumping up into the fourth spot. Oh, the 5 goes around in turn 1. Yellow flag up there in turn 1. The number 5, that's Cody Clark, stuck up there in turn 2, keeps it going. Cody Clark rejoins the pack in that number 5. He took a loop. Your new leader, the 78 of Egbert, with the 5R of Doyon in tow. But here comes the 96 of Maupin and the 89 of Whitaker Jr. Your leader coming up on lap traffic now. The 96 of Jared Maupin gets around the 5R of Doyon. Maupin now takes over second place. He sets his sights. Oh, Maupin now goes high in turn 3. He gets stuck and turned around in turn 3. Throw the yellow flag. Throw the yellow flag. The number 96 of Maupin took over second place, but then went high in turn 3 and 4. Treacherous turn 3 and 4, gets turned around, and we got a yellow flag on the track. Jared Maupin, after all of that work in that 96 machine, getting up to second place, now has to go to the back of the pack Whitaker started this few section of laps here and now is in third position. Started at the back and now has worked his way up to third position. Keep an eye on that 89C machine. That was definitely not what the 78 of Egbert wanted to see. Now this yellow flag is going to bring the fast charging 89 machine right up to their back bumper. The 5R of Doyon now is going to get to choose whether he wants the top side or the bottom side. We'll see what he picks. Doyon goes low, which puts the 89C of Whitaker Jr. right where he wants to be on the top side of this racetrack. Keep an eye on that 89 machine. We'll see if he's got anything for Trevor Egbert as they go green down the backstretch. Trying to get their jump on this field is the 78 of Egbert. Whitaker to the top side of this racetrack, all over the back bumper of the 78 of Egbert. Here we go, folks. Keep an eye on this battle for first place. Whitaker on the top side. Not sure if Egbert knows he's there, but he knows now. Here comes Whitaker Jr. on the top. Stephen Whitaker Jr. blows by Trevor Egbert on the top side of the track and takes over first position. Whitaker Jr. showing these guys how it's done. Whitaker Jr. now putting distance on the 78 of Trevor Egbert. He goes a little high in turn 4. Look out. Your leader now catching up to lap traffic. Can he get around that lap traffic safely? Oh, we got one yellow flag. We got one right down here on the front stretch. Right down here on the front stretch. I believe that is the 83. That's the 83 of Chris Swinson from Bernie. Stuck right down here on the front stretch wall. Right over here by turn 1. We're going to check on Mr. Swinson to see how he's doing, if he's okay. Safety crew coming to check him out. Looks like he got caught up in a little bit of a scuffle down here on the front stretch. Got put into the wall and slid down the front stretch wall. Chris Swinson still in that car right now. We're double checking on him, making sure he's okay. Looks like the number 7 of Stephen Boble down there between turns 3 and 4. Not sure what's going on with that car, but we'll see if he rejoins the field. Looks like he got spun out, maybe a broken axle, but we'll see how he does. Looks like Chris Swinson out of the car, checking over the car. Well, actually, I can't tell if he's out of the car. Safety officials checking out the car. Folks, I want to draw your attention to something. If you didn't think that Stephen Whitaker Jr. was racing hard, look at the spoiler on that car. The spoiler on that car is crumpled. There's a crumple zone right there. It's about 8 to 12 inches of crumple zone. It's meant to do that, but that means that he drug the spoiler of that car down the front stretch of this racetrack and still kept on going. On the hook is the 83 of Chris Swenson. We'll drag him down into the infield, but I think he's okay. The car may not be okay, but he's okay. Once again, folks, take a look at the rear spoiler right here on your leader, the 89. That spoiler is all messed up. Steven Whitaker Jr. coming from the back of this field, putting it all on the line, dragging this car across the concrete here on the front stretch to take over the first spot. Once again, folks, the yellow flag was definitely not what Whitaker Jr. wanted to see. He was off to a good lead on the rest of this pack, but now we're going to bring the 78 of Egbert and the 5R of Doyon right up to his back bumper. These guys are licking their chops, wanting to get another shot at Whitaker, so we'll see if they can do it. In fourth position is the 17 of Tidwell. And right outside of him, don't look now, folks, that's the 96 of Jared Maupin, also making his way back up from the back of this field. The 96 of Maupin now right behind the 78 of Egbert. Keep an eye on that 96, folks. It'll be interesting to see, but the laps are winding down. Whitaker Jr. brings him around to the green. The 96 of Maupin now side by side with the 5R of Doyon. Maupin on the top side of this track trying to make it work. We'll see who gets it done at the flag stand. 2 laps. 2 laps to go for your leader, Whitaker Jr. Now the Maupin in the 96 machine in third place. We'll see if he's got anything for Egbert. He pulls up right to the back bumper. White flag. White flag is out for Whitaker Jr. The 96 of Maupin goes low in turn 2. They're side by side. Maupin maybe going to try to throw a slider in here. Checkered flag in the air for Whitaker Jr. Egbert, Maupin, Doyon, Tidwell, McSpadden, Tyndall. Your top 5 and 6. What a race, folks. What a race for the 89C of Whitaker Jr. Showing us how it's done here in Pleasanton, Texas. Give him just a second, folks. He'll be able to hear you when he gets out of the car. What we're doing right now, folks, we're going to give these guys a chance to bring it right down here on the front stretch. If anybody wants to protest, they do that right down here on the front stretch. Looks like nobody wanting to protest there, so we're going to send him around. Once again, Whitaker Jr. running triple duty tonight, so he's got 3 cars tonight that he's going to get into. That was the first one. So he's going to go jump into another car and come right back out to this track. Next up, non-wing micros, 600 cc's. Motorcycle motors in these 600 cc's, non-wing micro sprint cars. Your feature race will be 20 laps around the circuit. Starting them off on the pole will be the 17G of Isaiah Garcia from San Antonio, Texas. Then we'll have the 77T of Haley Taylor. Row number 2 looks like this. Jayton Brown from Richmond, Texas in the 11A. And then Rowley Shepard in the 93 coming all the way over from Houston. Row number 3, Brandon Schmautz in the number 20 and Blake Moeller in the 88. There comes the number 72 of Alan Karpowitz from Spring Branch. He'll pull up alongside the number 10 of Patrick Lundy in row 4. And then we've got the 15P of Andrew Van Blarkum and the 12E of Caden Mitchell from Rockwall bringing up the rear. Lights are out around the track. We're fixing to set these cars loose. Once again, the 17G of Isaiah Garcia from right here in San Antonio, Texas. Gonna lead him around to the green flag. Isaiah Garcia sizes him up coming around into turn 4 and gets on the loud pedal. Here we go, folks. Isaiah Garcia already under fire coming in from that second place car. That is the 11A of Jayton Brown. 11A of Jayton Brown all over the back bumper of that 17G machine, fighting for the top spot. Third place right now goes to the 93 of Rowley Shepard coming over from Houston, Texas. Right now, the battle for the lead, the thing to watch on the track. They are all over each other going down the backstretch. No social distancing necessary for these cars. For a minute there, they weren't even leaving room for the Holy Spirit. My goodness. The 11A backed off for a few laps, but now challenging again for the lead. The 11A of Jayton Brown all over the back bumper of the 17G of Isaiah Garcia. Yellow, yellow, yellow flag on the track. As your leaders were catching up to lap traffic, not sure what the yellow was for, but I don't have accounted all of the cars that were supposed to start this race. Might have one over the berm in the back. Some debris on the track is what I'm hearing. So we're going to get these guys restacked, stack them back up. We'll see if we get a single file restart out of this. Yellow lights are still on around the track. Your leader once again, the 17G of Isaiah Garcia and the 11A of Jayton Brown in tow right there in second spot. Then we've got the 93 of Raleigh Shepard in third. And then the 88 of Blake Moeller from Garden Ridge in fourth. Then we've got the 20 machine of Brandon Schmautz from San Antonio rounding out your top five. Lights are out around the track. It looks, nope. No, we still got yellow lights. I just can't see them because there's somebody standing in my way. Now they're out. Here we go. Hey, looks like we are joined by the number 12E, Caden Mitchell. A little late to the ball game there, Caden. Now the 88 of Blake Muller pulls up alongside the 93. Good battle for second and third. Oh, we got a tangle in turn four. Tangle in turn four. We got one going around. Yellow flag out. Yellow flag flies. Contact in turn four. We'll see which number that was. There was a battle for about the fifth or sixth position happening, and they got together. Sent one up the berm in turn four. So once again, the 17G, Isaiah Garcia, still your leader. Looks like the number 10 is the one up on the berm there between 3 and 4. Thank you for that intel. Number 10, Patrick Lundy out of Alvin, Texas. He sang our national anthem tonight. We'll see if he gets his spot back. There was a good battle going on for third position. That was the 88 of Blake Moeller and I believe the 93 of Raleigh Shepard. We'll get eyes on them as they come down. Lights are out around the track. We're going to go green this time by. Here we go, folks. Oh, we got one going around in turn two. That was your third place competitor, so that leaves the 88, I believe, the 88 of Blake Moeller now in third. We got one still sitting there up in turn two. Looks like they are off the track, so we remain green. Still a battle for the lead right now. The 17G and the 11A. We go three wide coming out of turn four. Couldn't call it, folks. Couldn't call it. But now taking over the lead in turn two is the 88 of Blake Moeller. Blake Moeller taking over the lead. Second place now, the 17G of Isaiah Garcia. No, I take that back. Yellow flag. That was third place. Isaiah Garcia falls back to third. That means the 11A of Jayton Brown. 11A of Jayton Brown taking over second. They went 3 wide in turn 4. And the 88 just blew by both of those cars. Blake Muller showing them how it's done coming out of turn 4. Brandon Schmautz in the 20, right now in 4th position. We're going to see if we can get that other car off the track over there in turn 2. Not sure what number that is. Looks like the car in turn 2, we got him fired back up. He'll rejoin the back of this pack, but a few laps down. That is the 93 of Riley Shepard. So Riley Shepard to the back and a few laps down. Once again, we go single file. Lights are out around the track. The 88 now of Blake Muller from Garden Ridge, Texas, leads him around to the green flag. Battle for the lead right now in turn 2 and down the backstretch. The 88 of Blake Muller takes back over the lead. But now challenged on the bottom. That looks like the 11. Switching up positions is the 11, and they're neck and neck for second place. The 11 and the 17G battling each other for second place, one high and one low around this racetrack. That time, give it to the 17G. Two laps to go for your leader, the 88 of Blake Muller. Battle for second right now, coming out of turn 2 and down the backstretch. That's the 17G of Isaiah Garcia. Oh, but he goes high. Loses power in a bunch of positions on the white flag lap. We'll see if we have to throw a caution. And he pulls off the track, the 17G of Isaiah Garcia. Tough break, as that was the white flag lap. Here we go, checkered flag. Checkered flag for the 88 Blake Muller. And the 11 of Jayton Brown bringing it in second. And then I believe, let's see, the 72 of Alex Karpowitz from Spring Branch bringing it in third. I think we had the 20 of Brandon Schmautz in fourth. Once again, huge break for the 17G of Isaiah Garcia. On the white flag lap, losing power, not able to finish this race. Late models. Here we go, folks. Starting on the front row, on the pole, the number 4 is Bo Day. And outside of him, a familiar name. Look out, folks. It's Stephen Whitaker Jr. in the 89C. Row number 2, Brandon Brzezowski from Lavernia in the 10-4. And the 130 of Chase Allen coming all the way down from Midlothian, Texas. The 25 of Little Robbie Starnes from Baytown, Texas, starting in the 3rd row. And then Landon Souter in the number 10 machine from Elmendorf on his outside. The 32 of Bo Begnod from Spring, Texas, and the 12 of Cody Hardage from Seguin, Texas. Ryan Doyon from Lacoste in the 5R, and the 88 of Bobby Jack from Sandia, Texas. Starting in the 6th row, Jamie Campbell in the 29L, and Jared Stepanski in the 82. Alton Fambro, Franco Krulik, Barry Quaid, Jason Kelly, Robert Starnes, and Andrew Hessler bringing up the rear. Oh, we got some smoke happening over there in turn 3. Stepanski goes around in turn 3 and 4. We got one around in turn 3 and 4. We get it turned back around, but not before a yellow flag comes out. Maybe that was just a little bit of dust that got kicked up. Stepanski once again in that 82 machine, fighting a very loose race car, having some trouble getting around this track. But here we go, folks. Once again, the 89C of Stephen Whitaker Jr. jumps out to the lead. Whitaker Jr. started on the front row, and now ever so slightly has the edge against the number 4 of Bo Day. We're going to line them up again. We'll see if we have a complete restart. And it looks like we will. Complete restart for these late models. No laps complete. We're going to go 20 more laps, folks. 20 laps for your late models. Bo Day once again on the button, getting ready to hit that loud pedal, bringing them around turn 3 and 4. Lights are out around the track. We're going to go green this time by Bo Day. Here we go. Whitaker Jr. goes to the top of turn 2 this time. Now following behind Bo Day, but we got a yellow flag, another yellow flag in the air. We got one stop down here on the front stretch in turn 1. Yellow flag for the one stop down here on the front stretch. We're having all sorts of trouble getting this race started, folks. Not sure what number that car is. I'll try to figure it out. Somebody shout a number down there. 88? 08, the 08. Alton Fambro from Elmendorf stuck down there in turn 1, the 08 machine. We're going to get these late models started up sooner or later. The 08 of Alton Fambro now under his own power, working his way around this racetrack. We'll see if he rejoins or heads off into the pits. It looks like the nose of that car is just a bit crumpled up underneath the front left tire. And we'll see if he stays out. Looks like he will. He'll be all right. So once again, yet another restart for these late models. Bo Day back on the pole. Whitaker Jr. had a hard time getting around him on that restart, but we're going to reset it one more time. Keep an eye on the 10-4 of Brandon Brzezowski as well. Here we go. Green flag is out. Whitaker Jr. goes to the top in turn 2 and now maintains this race lead. We'll see if he can hold on to it as they go into 3 and 4. They come around, and it's Whitaker Jr. at the flag stand. Whitaker Jr. with the lead for the moment, but Baudet hot on his trail, working the bottom side of this track. Now moves up to the middle. Looks like the number 10 goes a little bit high in turn 2. Landon Souter loses a few spots. '89C Whitaker Jr. bringing it around turn 4 at the flag stand, still your leader. Looks like the 25 of little Robbie Starnes. Robbie Starnes now working his way up into the 4th spot, getting around the 10-4 Brandon Brzezowski. Oh, we got one going around in turn 3 and 4. One around in 3 and 4. Throw the yellow, throw the yellow. I believe that was the 1X of Andrew Hessler. 1X of Hessler there, stuck between turns 3 and 4, getting spun around, losing the handle on this racetrack. Here's your top 5, folks. Whitaker Jr. way out front. The number 4 of Baudet in second. The 130 of Chase Allen from Midlothian, Texas in third. And in 4th, creeping up to 4th spot, is the 25 of Robbie Starnes. Little Robbie Starnes in the 25, jumping up to the 4th spot. And then in 5th, rounding out your top 5, is the 10-4 of Brandon Brzezowski from Lavernia, Texas. Here we go. Green flag for 89C of Whitaker. The number 4 of Baudet dropping back to the 3rd spot. Looks like we got one around in turns 1 and 2. I believe that is the 57 of Kelly and the 5R of Doyon. Stuck up there in turns 1 and 2. Looks like we got them separated. The 57 of Kelly under his own power in reverse. We'll see if the 5R of Doyon gets going as well. Looks like he is under his own power. We'll see if either of them take it out to the pits. Looks like the 57 of Kelly is going to stay out. But it looks like the 5R of Doyon taking it back into the pits. Lots of cautions in this race. Once again, not what Whitaker Jr. wants to see. The number 4 of Baudet, we'll see if he picks the top or the bottom. Looks like he's going to pick the top. Maybe. If I were the number 4 of Baudet, I would stick it down on the bottom, seeing as how the 130 of Chase Allen went around me so fast on the top. Here we go. Lights are out around the track. We are single file, folks. The 130 going around for second place, going around the number 4 of Baudet. The 89C of Whitaker still leading this race, but now the 130 hot on his trail. We'll see if the 130 has anything for Whitaker Jr. Laps are winding down. Oh, we got one up in turn 4 going around. They keep it straight, but he crosses right in front of your leader. Close call for Whitaker Jr. The 82 is Stepanski, still having a hard time with this race car. Here comes your leader, Whitaker Jr., now coming up on lap traffic. Lap traffic gonna slow him down. They're clogging the lane down the backstretch. Whitaker Jr. now decisively taking over. Right there coming out of turn 4. Here comes the 130 of Chase Allen. They get around that lap traffic. Oh, the 130 catches the front wall here. Slides down the front wall. The 130 of Chase Allen now all over the back bumper of Whitaker Jr. Has him at the quarter panel. Whitaker Jr. knows he's there now. Awesome battle for the lead right now. The 130 and Whitaker Jr. Chase Allen and Whitaker Jr. Chase Allen backs off a little bit as Whitaker Jr. goes high in turn 2. They're side by side going down the backstretch. Chase Allen has a fender, but slows down. They're coming up on more lap traffic. We'll see how they navigate this lap traffic. We're 3 and 4 wide coming out of turn 4. Laps winding down, time running out for the 130 of Chase Allen. Whitaker Jr. now has put several car lengths on the 130. Two laps to go for the 89C Whitaker Jr., who's making his way through lap traffic. Whitaker Jr. now again up to the back bumper of the 82 of Stepanski. White flag. 1 lap to go for Whitaker Jr., who's stuck behind the 82 of Stepanski. He gets around him. Here comes the 130, but not going to be enough time. Checkered flag, Whitaker Jr. My goodness, what a race, folks. What a race. Whitaker Jr. showing them how it's done as they finish up. I gotta be honest, folks, I don't even know who showed up in third place. I was watching the top two, Whitaker Jr. and the 130, Chase Allen. Awesome battle. It looks like that might be the 4 of Baudet or possibly the 32 of Begnaud, not sure. I believe Robbie Starnes was up there in the top 5. The 10-4 of Brandon Brzezowski as well. Baudet and then little Robbie Starnes rounding out the top 5, it sounds like. What an awesome race, folks, for your late models. Entertaining all the way around. Well, that didn't sound good for the 28 machine. Sounds like he's having some motor problems. Popping and banging out down here on the front stretch, but we'll see if that clears up. It's rare that that happens, but you never know. This is your feature race for your factory stock, sponsored by All In Designs. We have a total of 22 cars on the track. The distance, 20 laps. We'll see if they can make them count. Your lineup looks like this. Starting on the pole, the 21R of Eric Ramos from Orange Grove. Outside of him, the 40 of Dakota Hurley. Row 2, GW Hessong in that style back. The fastback car back there, the 717, that's George Egbert. Oops, I messed up. The 747 of GW Hessong inside row 2. And then the 13 of Johnny Johnson outside row 2. Then we got George Egbert in the 717. And then we got the 25R of Nathan Rauchi from Corpus. Next row back, Alan Alexander in the 99. And then the 4D of Dustin Hurley. Then we've got Dylan Gaither in the 99D and Cameron Dinsmore in the 8C. Next row back, the 741 of Cameron Starry alongside the 20 of Mike Lyon. Then the next row back, we got Jose Lopez in the 29 and Memphis Villarreal in the 30. Here we go, folks. Leading them around to the green flag. Josh Sewell, Colin Hodges, Mike Land in the 48, Michael Keelik in the 44. Oh, we got one going around. All sorts of trouble on the backstretch. We got one on its lid. That is the 99. Red flag condition on the track. We'll get these cars stopped. It looks like the one that was on its lid is back on all four wheels, but that was the 99. Safety crew going out to double check on those guys to make sure they're okay. Lots of safety equipment in these cars. Finishing up the lineup, we got the 56 of Kenny Hurley, the 999 of Stephen Doty, 98 of William Saunders, and the 27T of Curtis Twardesky. Once again, hard to tell exactly what was going on back there on the backstretch. Lots of bumping and banging. Somebody got turned around, and one went over onto its lid and back onto all four. That was the red and purple number 99. If my eyes are serving me correctly, I believe I see the red and purple 99 under its own power working its way down to the infield. Getting a little push from the safety crew and all the other helpers that are out there in the infield. Sounds like that driver is okay. I see the 741 of Cameron Starry. Looks like he was possibly involved in that mix-up on the backstretch. Looks like he's under his own power, but might be trying to get back to the pits. All right, back under yellow, folks. We'll send these guys around. We'll see who we have left. We started this race with 22. We'll see how many we still have. I don't think we completed any laps, so we're going to probably restart this race as close to the original lineup as we can. That would put the 21R back in the lead. I do believe the 741 of Cameron Starry has made his way off the track. I don't see him any longer. Looks like we're going to get them lined up and try to get them straightened out. Try to reorganize this lineup as best we can. I'm counting 19 cars, so it looks like we lost 3 on lap 0 of this event. Okay, so wait a minute. Is that the number 99 that was on its lid? Somebody tell me that's not. Come on now. Come on now. Oh my goodness. Here's what I got to say to that. Never a dull moment out here at I-37 Speedway. I never thought that I would see the day where I see a car go on its lid and rejoin the back of the pack. My goodness, folks, here we go. All right, folks, here we go. Coming around to the green flag is the 21 of Ramos. All sorts of 3 wide, 4 wide, 5 wide going into turn 4. Who knows what's going on out there in their heads, but We got the 40 of Hurley. Oh my goodness. The hood is up on the 747 machine. The hood is right in front of the driver. I don't know how he's seeing out of that car, but my goodness, he's in third place with the hood up on his car. Somebody tell me what is going on in Pleasanton, Texas. Get your phones out now, folks. Third place, the 747 of Hessong. Oh my goodness, we got one stuck up here on the front stretch. Oh, it's the 99 again. 99 of Gaither again, stuck up here. Hard hit on the front stretch wall. I see movement in the cockpit. We'll check on Gaither and make sure he's okay. 747 of Hessong. We're going to try to get that hood off the car so he can see. Oh my goodness. He was running in third, but now he'll have to go back to the back of the pack. Hessong, always a tough competitor here. There goes the hood for the 747. No hood needed for that guy. If I had to take a wild guess, though, I think the 99 machine is done. Big hit up here on the front stretch. The 40 of Dakota Hurley from Sandia right now taking over the lead. All right, folks, so the 40 of Dakota Hurley from Sandia, your leader, looks like the 13 of Johnny Johnson in second, and the 747 of Hessong, after having the hood up on his car, maintains third position. He was driving out of the driver's side window as best he could and maintains third position. We got the 21R of Eric Ramos dropping back into fourth spot. We got the 8G of Dinsmore, and then the 717 of Egbert. Here we go, folks. The 40 of Hurley decides to let him loose. Lights are out around the track, and Hurley said, "Let's go racing, boys." We were single file on that restart, single file. The 747 of Hessong all over the back bumper of the 13 of Johnny Johnson. The 40 of Hurley working his way down around the bottom of this racetrack. The 13 of Johnson crept up to his back bumper for a moment, but now backs off. He's working the top side of the track. Here we go. They're side by side coming down the front stretch. Hurley and Johnson. Johnson now pulls alongside Hurley going down the backstretch. Good battle for the lead right now. Johnson and Hurley. Johnson goes to the top side. We'll see who takes it at the flag stand. And here comes Hessong in third. The 13 of Johnny Johnson taking over the lead. Still working the top side of the track. We got one turned around in turn two. Turn two, we got one turned around. Throw the yellow, throw the yellow, throw the yellow, throw the yellow in turn two. 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 I'm trying to help him out, folks, as best I can. We got a situation over there in turn two that was about to get real. Once again, another yellow flag. It looks like the 999 of Doty down there in turn two getting collected up with another car. I believe that might be the 4D of Hurley stuck up there in turn two. Can't tell for sure, but we'll get confirmation on that. The track should be telling him.
CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1.
And it is extremely hard to drive on because it is so slick. These guys have big 10-inch asphalt slick tires, but they don't do a whole lot of good on a dry slick track. Lights are out around the track. The 13 decides to go early. Here we go racing, folks. 747 of Hessong all over his back bumper. Here we go into turn 4. Looks like they made a little bit of contact. Now they're headed down the backstretch into turns 3 and 4. 747 of Hessong just avoids the back bumper, but now goes slow. They're side by side coming down to the flag stand. Hessong backs off for the moment as they go down the backstretch. The 8G of Dinsmore now pulls alongside the 21 of Ramos, trying to work the bottom side of this track. The 717 of Egbert now goes around the 8G of Dinsmore on the top side. He's going to pull up to the back bumper of the 21 of Ramos. Continues to work the top side of this track. It's the 717 of Egbert. Oh, but a big slider right there for the 21, moving up to the top of the track. Showing that 717 the bumper. The 717 now going to try to get down to the bottom side of the track. Oh, but he sticks up on the top. The 21 of Ramos, always there getting in front of the 717. The 40 of Hurley goes off the back, goes down into the pits. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 747 of Hessong and the 13 of Johnny Johnson. 2 laps to go. We'll see if Hessong tries to throw a slider or puts the bumper on him. Here we go. One lap to go. Hessong going to try for the slider. He's going to go down to the bottom. We'll see if he uses the bumper. It's a clean race, folks. Clean race for the 13J. 13J, Johnny Johnson. First time winner out here at I-37 is Johnny Johnson. What a race right there, folks. The 13J of Johnny Johnson and the 747 of Hessong putting on a show. Oh my goodness, folks. The last few laps of this race was probably one of the cleanest and most exciting finishes I've seen. GW Hessong could have put the bumper all over the 13 machine, but he kept it clean. He raced him the right way. And the 13 of Johnson gets the win. Looks like we're not going to get a chance to talk to the 13 of Johnson, but a big congratulations goes out to the 13 of Johnny Johnson. Excellent run race. He started this one in 4th, worked his way up to the front, had a hard charging GW Hessong, who didn't have a hood, and then somehow still won it. Limited modifieds. Limited modifieds. My goodness, folks, what a night of racing we have had here at I-37 Speedway. Limited modified feature looks like this. 20 laps. 20 laps the distance, and we've got 20 cars scheduled for this race. Starting on the pole, the 91 of Craig Oakes coming out of Cuero/Marshall. Outside of him will be the 96 of Jared Maupin. Inside row 2, 79 of Marcus Meckelcheck. Outside row 2, the 26 of J.J. Jennings. Here we go again, folks. The 66 machine piloted by Stephen Whitaker Jr. Bringing it in into the third row. Outside of him will be Ryan Doyon in the 5R. Cody Beto and Anthony Gordon bring up the next row. Talon Minton and Heath Stewart. Tom Grothuse and Nathan Oakes in the next row. Kevin Parker and Sterling Tausch, 7K and 95. The next row after that, Chase Lavin in the 15, Casey Lowe in the 17. The 000 of Kyle Carter and the 7 of Lupe Gomez slated for this race. I don't see Kyle Carter out here. Wait a minute. There he is. Yes, Kyle Carter. And then the BD2, Daniel Preston, and the 107 of Cody Parker. So it looks like we may be missing one car. I count 19 of the 20. Looks like the 7 of Lupe Gomez. Nope, 7 of Lupe Gomez is here. The 91 of Craig Oates jumps out to the early lead, but the 96 of Maupin pulls up alongside him as they go into turn 3 and 4. Maupin and Oakes. Maupin slides up the track and behind Oakes. We got the 7K. The 7K taking it through the infield. Kevin Parker taking the shortcut. Oh, big traffic jam in turn 4. Turn 4, that looks like Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon got turned around in turn 4. We'll throw the yellow flag. The 91 of Craig Oakes still in control of this race. The 96 of Maupin pulled up alongside him momentarily, but then dropped back into second. Third place right now occupied by the 26 of Jennings. And then after that, looks like the 5 of Doyon. And then the 79 of Meckelcheck. Rounding out your top 5. Tough competition right here tonight for your limited modifieds. $1,000 to win. $1,000 to win this race. So they're going to put it all on the line. The 22 of Anthony Gordon back under his own power. Once again, keep an eye on the green and white number 66. That's Stephen Whitaker Jr. driving Johnny Torres' car. We'll see if he can make it 3 for 3 tonight, but he's got a long way to go here in this tough limited modified class. Looks like Whitaker Jr. running about 9th right now. Lights are out around the track. Control of the field goes to Craig Oaks, and he takes off in turn 4. Green flag waves. We got one up in turn 1 and 2. Looks like the 79 of Meckelcheck gets going back underneath his own power. We stay green for the moment. They're going to try to exit the track as fast as they can. Jennings now pulls up to the side of the 91 of Oaks. Oh, we got one over in turn 2, up over the berm. We stay green. That's a 21 of Nathan Oaks, brother to Craig Oaks. Jennings working along the bottom side of this track, trying to get all that he can from the 91. Jennings gets a little crossed up in turn 4, backs off a little bit. But here comes Jared Maupin. Jared Maupin now in 3rd. Takes to the high side of the track. They're starting to come up on lap traffic. Oaks now coming up on lap traffic. Gonna try to pin Jennings to the bottom. See if he can slide up and around the 17 of Casey Lowe, that lap traffic. For the moment, Jennings has to back off. More lap traffic for your leaders coming up. Craig Oaks now looking to pass his brother, the 21 of Nathan Oaks. Oaks, Jennings, Maupin, your top 3. 79 of Beto and the 24R Talon Minton. They cross each other up. Your leaders mixing it up now, throwing slide jobs at each other. Jennings held the race lead for a moment. We'll see if we get another slide job from Jennings. Not this time. Nathan Oaks now in front of his brother, the leader. Slowing up the leader. Jennings now gets down to the bottom. Oh, Nathan Oaks goes around in turn 4. Yellow flag, turn 4. Yellow flag, turn 4. Oh my goodness. Nathan Oaks in the 21 machine goes around in turn 4 right in front of your leaders. The 91 of Craig Oaks and the 26 of JJ Jennings. Fast reflexes to get on the binders and safely get around the spinning 21 machine. What did I tell you, folks? I said to keep an eye on that number 66 machine, the green and white number 66. Look where he's at now. He's up into 4th place with a caution. That's going to bring him right up to the back bumper of the 96 of Maupin. So while the leaders battle it out, the number 66, Whitaker Jr., catching up to everybody. We'll see if he's got enough motor in that car to get around these leaders. And it looks like the number 26 of Jennings chooses the high side, allowing the 96 of Maupin to go down to the low side. Once again, that is the choice of the driver in second place. Here we go, lights are out. Craig Oaks taking advantage. The 24 of Talon Minton, for the moment, gets around the 66 of Whitaker Jr. The 24 of Robbie Minton now slowing down on the backstretch. Craig Oaks pulling away from this field. Oh, we got one going up over the berm in turn 4. Turn 4, we got one stuck. Yellow flag comes out. Not what Craig Oaks wanted to see in this moment. We got one up over the berm in turn 4. Craig Oaks was pulling out and pulling away from the 26 of Jennings. But now we're going to stack them back up once again. The 96 of Maupin right there in third, and the 66 of Whitaker Jr. in fourth. Not sure what happened to the 24R of Robbie Minton. Looks like he slowed down on the backstretch, but he retains his 5th spot. Correction on that, that is Talon Minton. They keep changing these numbers on me, the Mittens and the Doyons. My goodness, it's hard to keep track. That is Talon Minton in the 24R in the 5th spot. My apologies. They changing up their numbers every week, getting me confused. But still in the lead is the 91 of Craig Oaks. He was able to hold on to the lead through this race. He started on the pole and has fended off attacks from the 26 of Jennings. Anthony Gordon in the 22M has worked his way back up from the back of the field. He now sits in 7th spot right behind the 779 of Cody Beto. Here we go, folks. The lights are out around the track. Control is given to Craig Oaks. Single file restart, and we go green. The 26 of Jennings now pulls up and in front of the 91 of Craig Oaks. They're going to get crossed up. Here we go. Slide job for the lead. Jennings now takes over the lead. Courtesy of that restart, Jennings now pulling away from the 91 of Craig Oaks. But we'll see how this turns out. Jennings pulling away from this field now, taking over first spot from the 91 of Oaks. The 96 of Maupin still there in 3rd spot, with the 66 of Whitaker Jr. trying to hunt him down. Oh, now the 96 of Maupin pulls up alongside Craig Oaks. 2 laps to go, 2 laps to go. We got one turned around, yellow flag in turn 2. Yellow flag in turn 2. That is the 95S of Sterling Tausch. Turned around there in turn 2. Well, folks, The 95 gets turned back around. Here's how this plays out. I think we got 2 laps left, and that number 91 of Craig Oaks is licking his chops right now, wanting to get another shot at the 26 machine of Jennings. The 26 machine took advantage of a restart and got around the 91 of Craig Oaks. Now the 91 of Craig Oaks back up to the back bumper of 26. We're going to restart this one single file, and we'll see if the 91 of Craig Oaks has anything for Jennings. We'll see when the flagman turns the lights out. Still yellow at the moment. Lights are out, and Jennings takes advantage. Here comes Craig Oaks and Jennings. Here comes the 66 of Whitaker Jr. down to the bottom side of this racetrack, trying to get around the 96 of Maupin. White flag in the air. The 96 of Maupin trying the high side, trying to get around the 91 of Oaks. They're side by side coming into turn 4. It's going to be the 96 of Maupin. Oh my goodness. Oh, one gumming down the front stretch wall, slides down the front stretch wall. Still under his own power, but definitely smelling some rubber burning against the front stretch wall. My goodness. Possibly Tom Grothues. Grothues sliding down the front stretch wall, but man, what a race. The 26 of J.J. Jennings stuck back in second place behind Craig Oaks for the majority of this race. Gets around him with 2 laps to go and never looked back, even with the restart. Folks, we have had some awesome racing tonight. Oh my goodness. We've got at least one more feature for you. Looks like the tuners are coming down the chute. Stick around, we got one more, folks. Feature race tonight for your tuners looks like this. Starting on the pole, the 29K of Dylan Kowalik. Outside of him will be the 14 of Brandon McCall from Von Ormy. Inside row 2, Ryan McDonald in the 816. He won this race last time out. Outside of him will be the 12 of Roy Easler Jr. Row 3 will be the 33 of Jamie Garner. Keep an eye on that 33 machine. And then the 32 of Joshua Garcia to his outside. 81 of Michael Burris Jr. in the next row, and the 88 of Justin Sitterly. We've got Josh Jones in the 11J, and Ronnie Schoenfeld in the number 8, the white and yellow number 8. Here we go, folks, sending them around. We got the 55 of Riker Hernandez, the 007 of Aaron Driscoll. Sean Tracy in the 14T, Jennifer Kidd in the 43. The 9T of John Thomas, the 28 of Levi Hernandez, and the 35 of Daryl Jones. Jumping out to the early lead is the 29 of Dylan Kowalik. Oh, we got one going through the infield there. That's the 007 of Aaron Driscoll taking the shortcut there. Now the 816 of McDonald taking over this race lead. And we got the 14 of Brandon McCall on the outside. Looks like he's taking over that second spot from the 29K of Kowalik. Roy Easler Jr. maintaining in fourth place. The 33 of Jamie Garner rounding out your top five. We go 3 wide in turn 2. 3 wide as the 28 of Hernandez gets around the 55 and the 32. Oh, the 43 of Jennifer Kidd goes high in turn 4. Stays high and your leader gets around her. Ooh. The 88 of Sitterly getting on the binders there in turn 4. Having to slow down because he was about to hit the front stretch wall. Looks like the 816 of McDonald firmly in control of this race with the 14 of McCall and the 29 of Kowalik in tow. Now up to the 4th spot is the number 8 of Ronnie Schoenfeld. Ronnie Schoenfeld trying to make his way around the 29 of Kowalik there in turn 3 and 4. Schoenfeld goes high and now goes low trying to get underneath the 29 of Kowalik. Your leader right now, the 816 of McDonald, having to contend with lap traffic as they come out of turn 4. Traffic jam for your leader, the 816 McDonald. Goes slow in turn 2 and gets around the 9T. McDonald again going low in turn 4 and gets around one more lap car halfway. Halfway this time by, we got 20 laps, 10 to go. Oh, the 43 of Jennifer Kidd pulling off into the pits. 43 bringing it back down into the pits. Your leader, the 816 of McDonald's, has a full straightaway lead on the rest of this pack. Back behind some lap traffic is the 14 of Brandon McCall and the 29 of Kowalik. And right there with them is the 8 of Schoenfeld. Good battle right now for the 2nd and 3rd spot. The 29 of Kowalik goes low. He goes low. They're contending with lap traffic. The 29 right now goes low in turn 3 and 4. Oh, they make contact. And the 14 of McCall goes around the 29 of Kowalik right down here on the front stretch, trying to use that lap traffic to his advantage. Didn't work out for the 29 of Kowalik. Now loses a couple positions, and it looks like he goes off the pace up there in turn 4. I think we're gonna have a yellow flag, folks. Yellow flag for the car up there in turn 4. Oh my goodness, almost had one hit him. The 29 of Kowalik trying to be sneaky, using that lap traffic. Then he got caught up and passed by the 14 of McCall, who snuck down on the bottom and passed a couple cars. 14 of McCall now regains second place behind the 816 of McDonald. And now, new to the podium is the 8 of Ronnie Schoenfeld. Ronnie Schoenfeld now was in third place, but it looks like he's taking it into the pits. Ronnie Schoenfeld leaving the racing surface. The 29K of Kowalik stuck up there between turns 3 and 4. Looks like the 28 of Hernandez coming back out to the surface. He'll rejoin the back of the field. So the 816 of McDonald had a commanding lead of this race, almost a full straightaway, pulling away from the rest of this field, but now we're going to bunch them back up. The 14 of McCall right on the back bumper of the 816 of McDonald, and now it looks like the number 12 of Easler Jr. will inherit the third spot, and the 33 of Garner now in fourth. I told you to keep an eye on that little silver Volkswagen back there. He's working his way up. We'll see if he's got anything for this top three. After that, the 9T of John Thomas. And then we got the 88 of Justin Sitterly going around the 9T. We have the 11J, Josh Jones. The 14T is Sean Tracy. And looks like he's trading positions right now with the 55. The 55, the fireball himself, Riker Hernandez. And then we have the 28 of Levi Hernandez. Moving back to the back of the pack. Aaron Driscoll in the 007 just ahead of him. And the 35 of Daryl Jones, just ahead of Mr. Driscoll. Lights are still on around the track, flashing yellow. We'll give them one more time by. Looks like the safety crew's still up there in turn 3 and 4. The car has been cleared, but it looks like they might want to pack in some dirt. All right, folks. Lights are out around the track. We're going to go back to green flag racing. Once again, our next race will be May 8th. A couple weeks from now, May 8th, we'll be back at it again. We'll see if McCall or Easler has anything for the 816 of McDonald. McDonald seems to be pulling away from second and third place. But don't count out the number 33 of Garner. The 33 of Garner now pulls up alongside the 12 of Easler. They go 3 wide into turn 3. Oh, they make contact, but they keep it going. For now, at least. The 55 of Riker Hernandez takes a shortcut along with the 9T. Shortcut through the infield. The 816 of McDonald still retaining the lead of this race, but now the 33 of Garner has worked his way up into second. 2 laps to go for McDonald, Garner, and the 14 of McCall. Time running out. Time running out for the 33 of Garner. I don't think he's going to have enough time to catch up to the 816 of McDonald. White flag in the air now. Battle on the track is for second and third position. We've got Garner, McCall, and Easler. Here comes your race winner, folks, the 816 of McDonald. Then we got the 33 of Garner, the 14 of McCall, and the 12 of Easler Jr. Once again, folks, thanks for making it out to the races tonight. We had an excellent time. We were entertained. We'll be back out here again in 2 weeks, so we hope to see you again. Everyone, drive safe as you make your way home. Leave the racing to the racetrack, not the highway.
CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1.